There were 94 teams last weekend. That was narrowed down to 16 for yesterday. And after yesterday, it is down to 8. The final 8 quarterfinals in the RLCS SSA qualifier number 2. And we're back to bring you all of the action. Every match from here on out will be live on the stream. ACGL Alpha, welcome to it. I'm Greybeard, and Muzz we have back in the seat. We weren't sure if we were going to see him at all this weekend. Suffered with PC issues, but here you are, Muzz. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. You know, as Reg put it, RLCS or nothing, baby.
All right, and then one of the region's favorite imports, Pyro J is joining us. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Fantastic action yesterday. I covered the Limitless team stream, so we'll talk more about that later. But yeah, the season's taken a complete 180 that no one has expected. But, I'm ready to make the most of it. I'm ready to make the most of who is the top of this version of RLCS's SSA.
Yeah. And I think if we go with that theme of if we understand, embrace, and internalize the theme of RLCS 2024 is nothing makes sense anymore. Let's just see what happens. Then maybe we will enjoy it a lot more. But Pyro, we might as well come straight to you. Swiss round yesterday. You covered the Limitless stream and the team stream, and ordinarily that's a short stream. It's kind of bang, bang, bang. Limitless do their work and it's all done.
A little bit.
But unusually, Limitless don't like dropping. They very rarely drop games in Swiss, but they did have that little blip. So from what you saw, well, what did you see about that series?
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about the top team, right? The number one team coming out of the first qualifier. You hear it all the time from Snowy, like you said, Greybeard. They don't like to lose games. Even if Snowy wins the entire regional, they get in the interview and Snowy's like, well, we did drop that one game, so I'm not happy. And it's like, all right, you know what? Fair enough. I can respect the grind. And you know what? It started out really well. They had a sweep against White Rabbit Gaming and the Sesame Street Ballers, but I think White Rabbit Gaming took them to 2 overtimes. So it ended up still being a close match. I like what I'm seeing from WRG, and I want to see more of them from the next couple qualifiers. But the Firehawks, I think that's going to be the big story, right? Because later today, Limitless are going to be going up against the Firehawks again in a rematch where Limitless did win 3-1, but Firehawks took that first game. And I think that's a bit of an indication into Limitless adapting to that whole 180 ping situation and Firehawks having some pretty decent skills. I actually really liked what I saw out of a couple players like Mario, their backboard reads, their double tap ability. They're a strong team if they get those solo plays and don't have to work against that ping a lot. And I'm excited to see that rematch later.
Well, it does bring up a point, Muzz, because we don't really all these new teams that are playing here. We haven't seen a hell of a lot of them. I mean, Pyro's been covering the region for the better part of 2 full seasons. You've been here from the beginning. I've been here from the beginning. All the SSA teams, we know the players, we know their stories, we know where they've come from, where they've played. There's so much depth of knowledge about them. But these EU teams, it's all kind of new to us, and we've been scrambling and trying to get stats off RL Tracker or wherever we can get stats for them, but we need to see them, and I feel like just that first qualifier is not enough. We got to see them here again. We got to see them in the next qualifier, and then we'll start to get a better understanding of and better luck on our predictions, because it'll be based on something a bit more solid. But two issues coming out of what Pyro just said. Firehawks taking a game against Limitless, and then WRG taking Limitless to 2 overtimes. So based on that, you go, whoa, WRG, they're looking hot, they're looking awesome. But if you look at their progression through Swiss, they didn't make it into top 8. But that's not the only inconsistent story there. There were teams being swept early on that went on to perform well and go through. Others that started well. It was a little bit of an up and down Swiss.
Yeah, I think it's the chaos of Swiss that you mentioned also kind of in the green room, right? It's just there's so much that goes on, Greybeard, and just it's always a mess, which is lovely to see. But, for me, I look at 7-7 blocks, right? And we had Mark Fish, our German caster, on yesterday. They beat Drift Queens, right? They took them down. They also beat Bonjour as well there. Then what happens? Mongolia come in to crush 7-7 blocks as well, beating them 3-0, which is just a nice little revenge story as well, right? It's like you take down kind of my brothers and I'll be able to take down you afterwards as well. So Mongolia taking on 7-7 blocks, beating them 3-0. Great story there. And Mongolia, I think they're having a good time in Swiss as well, Greybeard. And we hear about Firehawks, but I think when we look at the rise of Wurty, Snoozy, and Guns, I think there's definitely a story there as well, because Mongolia hopefully can contest as well for that next best SSA team, possibly behind Limitless. If maybe there's an upset in the semi-finals if both get through. We saw that crazy OT yesterday where Mongolia played Young Money Clan. Right, 3-minute OT in game 3, right?
Yes.
The series are getting a lot more kind of pressure on them, and just everyone seems to be rising to the occasion.
Oh, I see. Production have put up the Swiss stage graphic, and if you're anything like me out there in chat and watching that, what is going on here? And this is an appeal to all the SSA teams. Get yourselves some logos. This bracket is hard to decipher as it is. And then when there's no logos, you have no idea what went down, who beat who qualified. So, thanks for putting it up there, but not as helpful as it should be. So get your logos. All right. So what this all means, the chaos of Swiss we've just kind of described, it means that there are 8 teams left, our quarterfinals. So we can have a look at today's bracket and how that shakes out. And the bracket runs from a stream point of view, from the bottom to the top. So our first match will be the logoless Drift Queens against the logoless Bonjour. Our first quarterfinal. Everything today is best of 7s. So that'll be followed by Young Money Clan against 77 Blocks, Draskibity against Mongolia, and then Limitless, that rematch against Firehawks. So all best of 7. So it may be a long day if we start looking at those reverse sweep type situations, lots of overtimes. So strap in. Saturdays in RLCS have the potential of being really, really long ones. But let's now turn our attention to the first match we're going to have. Drift Queens, Bonjour. We've gotten to see a little bit pyro now of the Drift Queens, and they were unimpressive first round. They got swept. It was like, oh, okay, they're not much, but then did very well later. So, and then Bonjour, we're in contention for SSA's second best team, maybe now between them and Mongolia. So, what do you make of this matchup?
I think this is a great matchup to really kick off with, because 3 of our quarterfinal matches today is going to be that local team versus that import team. So it's a big question mark as to can SSA really hold their ground. And you have a great team out of Bonjour here, but you have a team of Drift Queens who is ramping up. They didn't do as well as they wanted in that first qualifier of losing rounds 2, 3, and 4, but really came back in a big way this time, baking for top 8. I think they want to go farther. And for Bonjour, I mean, this is a collection of very interesting talent from SSA. I actually love the fact that these 3 are playing with each other. You know, in the last couple seasons that all these players have been in that top 2 storyline for SSA. So now together, what can they do? Especially with Skill Steal, backcasted him when he was on Reform. I want to see how far these guys from Bonjour can go, and Drift Queens, they'll be a good test.
It's going to be a very, very tight test, and along with the theme of everything's changed, nothing makes sense anymore. Bonjour, SSA veterans are coming up against teams they haven't played against, and it's a new challenge to skill. And I think Bonjour will be the first to admit that they haven't performed as well as they have. And Muzz, for me,
sure.
Cam's is the key to unlocking this. Skill Steal is a solid player, but he needs two players that are up front there doing the business. And in my mind, Cams is that guy. And I think he's been a little bit up and down through qualifier 1 and 2. But if Cams can unlock Cams, then we start to see the potential glory of Bonjour.
Yeah, 100%, right? If we can see Willu and Skill Steal kind of getting decent ball out to Cams, doing what he does best, we can see the 1.13 goals they're shooting. And also I think on the fan RL, right? Cam's racked up about 700 points in the last qualifier as well. So it is that key for a Bonjour that you have to unlock, right? And if Cams plays well today, if Cams gets good ball going forward, Skill Steal and Willow can get rid of maybe, the last man defender. Crypto here with that 1.12. I think, it can work for Bonjour, but they had a slippery slope yesterday, Greybeard, going all the way to round 5. It's not easy. It wasn't easy.
No. They took the path. They took the path of most resistance.
Yeah.
To get themselves through Swiss and here. And Drift Queen's kind of interesting because they've brought in Crypto. They switched out Twinzer, who then went to 77 blocks, and they made quick work of Drift Queen. So first thoughts were, wow, okay, that seemed like it was a mistake. But Crypto, very, very good player, former Pulse freestyler, but apparently has low hours. I don't think he grinds the game as much as he used to, and I think he's here just to have as much fun as he can. But Pyro, have you seen much of the Drift Queens? I don't know if you've seen enough or researched enough to have much of an opinion of Drift Queens and, say, Crypto.
I'd say results, yes, but gameplay, no. I mean, we're talking a lot about, I want to see like Cams activated, and I could agree with that. When in my mind, I mean, Willu on this team is the latest to represent SSA in an international way. Like, Willu is a player that I want to see activated in particular. I think he can take this team to like the next level. But yeah, when you talk about the other side, Crypto's more so of that freestyling player, maybe that high-level mechanic that I've been hearing a lot about, but I want to see. Greybeard, stats can say one thing, but the gameplay is going to say a whole nother.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if you look deeper into their stats, beyond playing in RLCS and SSA, I think the stats might be a little bit skewed because of the ping situation and also being in RLCS competition. But meanwhile, when we're looking at this matchup, the chat vote has been opened, and we chat are busy voting #Bonj or #DQ. And so far, DQ getting hammered in the chat vote. It is 97 to 3%. So so you might suspect a little bit of favoritism out in chat, but so that's what chat are thinking about it. But let's have a squiz now. And Pyro, I'll start with you. Are you? Oh, hold on. Chat vote has changed. I beg your pardon. It's now. It looks like all the DQ fans have arrived in chat, because it's now 56% to DQ and 44% to Bonj. Oh, now 69%, 31. Okay, there is a war raging in chat right now. All right, so Pyro, let's go. The war rages in chat. Where do you fall in this?
Oh, God. You know what? I have a feeling that the two of y'all are going to go Bonjour here. And I don't know if I want to give them the desk sweep and curse them in that way. So in the import fashion of myself, I am going to go ahead and say Drift Queens. I think this is going to be a close thing. And because of all the question marks here with some of these players from Drift Queens, they're ramping up right now, and it's going to be a test for Bonjour. They might take it.
All right, and Musla, are you going to go with Pyro's prediction that you were going to go with Bonjour?
I mean, I feel like I have to, right? I got to support the SSA boys here as well. Bonjour, they beat Sesame Street Ballers 3-0 yesterday, but then you look at the other side and we see Drift Queens beat Firehawks 3-0. Right? There's kind of lots of stiff competition. You can give me Bonjour. It'll probably be close. If I'm wrong, well, then Pyro gets to be as smug as Ultrism, so that's okay.
Okay, so Muzzler goes with Bonjour. My only worry with Bonjour, so I'm gonna pick Bonjour, but it's not for the obvious reason of my deep partisanness, which certainly plays a factor. It's because I don't know enough about Drift Queens, and I need to kind of see them out there a bit longer before I can have an informed opinion. My worry with Bonjour, best of 7 is a marathon. It's long, and I have concerns around Bonjour's stamina. But that's enough talk from us. Let's head on over to our casters. Game 1, first quarter final, and it is your boy Q and Ultrazim.
As smug as Ultrazim is a new way to put it these days. Just because I got all my predictions right yesterday. But Q, we have a tight contest, and even the panel, the Twitch chat, everyone split up for damn good reason, I think. Bonjour started off quite troubled in their second game yesterday, but they looked really strong when we ended out the day.
Yeah, I think also when you talk about as far as Bonjour, like this is a team that we've known for a while in the region, right? But I do think when you look over on the other side of the pitch, Drift Queens, I do think that there's a lot of positives to look as far as their composition as well. We also know their coach is, someone that's been around the region for a bit, that's kind of been a part of some teams for some good runs as well. So I'm expecting a real knockout, drag them out series here. I would love to see this thing go like 6 or 7.
Yep, and I'm interested to see how much, because it's Shadowhunter that's their coach, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
He certainly knows these teams, but what do you really say against a team like Bonjour, a team that has always been, ranked near the top with people like Cam and Skill still there? They're the old Orlando Pirates stalwarts. They've come out pretty well here. A little bit of a tussle between the two. That's a decent shot. That's a great shot. Crypto, they're a freestyler. They're not needing to pull out too many of the flashy mechanics, but the placement from that angle is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in a beautiful spot. Just that part where you almost look up and expect that thing to bar down. You can see why they was almost kind of trying to expect to field that thing off of it, and instead just ends up skimming right on in. That's going to be a first goal here for Drift Queens. Looks like off the kickoff here as well. Going to try and move this ball forward, apply a little bit more of that pressure down here in this zone. This is something that we have seen that this Drift Queens team really does well, is continue pushing forward, continuing to be relentless on the rebound, even pushing up towards the backboard like we saw there from Lazy Bear. Basically opens up this entire play. Fusion's going to get the second rebound, punches it home, and Drift Queens up 2-0.
Bonjour really struggling on the back line there. Ball dropping down to the center, and there was no contention for the longest period of play, allowing Crypto to go for that double touch. Man, that was a great way to bring it towards the center. Fusion having almost no work to do there. Importantly, they managed to get themselves a second goal. Now's a great opportunity. Cam trying to utilize that demo to get a nice open goal. That's a great read off the ceiling. Wheelu forces some heroics out of Crypto. The Crypto turns around straight away. It has been a demo to mitigate what they can bring forward. It seems like Bonjour has at least assuaged this assault for now.
Yeah, it feels like at least have been able to calm it down, but you can see Drift Queens able to get back control. They're looking to try and push more pressure up this field. I mean, they've been doing a phenomenal job of letting their offense be a great defense, limiting Bonjour here in the first 2 minutes to just 2 shots. Cam's going to try and take those cookies, take it upfield, and unfortunately just not enough momentum on that ball. Easy to get that save. Cam makes the play from the top, leaves it off for a skill steal, but a whiff here allows for Fusion to push this ball forward. You can see trying to pass it up towards Crypto, not going to be able to do it, which means Lazy Bear needs to make a play and able to do just that. A bump not going to allow Lazy Bear to make a play. Looking for a back pass, Fusion with a shot, but not enough oomph behind it there to make it really aggressive towards the net.
Still Bonjour struggling to get this ball out. They're making the saves, but they're not making the clears as consistently as they would like, and consistently under pressure as a result. Is that once more they have to worry about the skill steal. Manages to take it away, reads the ball, bounce well over his shoulder. Doesn't have the boost to really follow that up, but it gives Lazy Bear a bit of space. He's forced it down back towards the orange corner. Cam just going to slow this down for a second. Nice mechanics to get it past. Lazy Bear even gets a pop towards the center. The shot from Fusion a bit high. Breaks away. A little bit of a counter attack now. 2 minutes left on the board. So far, Bonjour barely restrained in being able to get down to the other side. Only the 2 shots for them.
I think the one thing that's been important kind of watching how this game breaks down as that ball's going to drop down in front of the net is even as much as Drift Drift Queens is playing aggressive towards the net. Their third back is always very much being able to be in place to move downfield to be able to meet with that resistance towards midfield, which makes it so Bonjour doesn't get the clears for free. And even when they do move the ball up, they've allowed enough time for everyone to get back as he needs Crypto. Pass off the back wall. That's going to be the Lazy Bear punches it home. And Drift Queens now going to be up by 3.
Man, Skill Steel trying to take it out of the corner there. Had the second touch, but gets demoed. And he was a real victim of that yesterday. He got taken out by a lot of the teams. And it certainly broke the defense here once more. On Drift Queens not struggling at all to find that pressure. They're capitalizing on it far more often than Bonjour would like. Now a bit of a connecting play here from our Bonjour side. Managed to find the backboard, but dealt with so succinctly. And they're already again back on the defense. Cam has to make a heroic save.
You can see, I mean, they've just shown up to play. They're playing so ruthless here. Even a nice save that comes in meets with what? Not going to be able to get the clear. They still have their backs up against the wall. Nice little pass he played. But it's Crypto on that third back, already there to be able to meet with it. Passes off the back wall. Lazy Bear gets a touch as well. The question is, can anyone follow it up? And it looks like Fusion had already kind of committed to that rotation back. Gives Bonjour enough space to now move the ball forward themselves, but they're not going to get an attack. Cam, once again, gets a big save, slows down the attack only temporarily as it comes off the backboard, but Cam does a good job at least sending it towards the side.
Nice and high. This has been a typical strategy of Bonjour in the past, being able to clear it out like that, but they're having to dive into challenges, trying to pre-jump their opponents constantly. The mechanics from Drift Queens, just a little bit too much to deal with, being able to pass this one up towards himself and then read it from the corner. It's Drift Queens up by 4 in game number 1. 7 games, of course, means that there's lots of time here, but Bonjour really struggling to find anywhere out of their defensive half.
You know what? I think I figured it out here. I think they saw that the goal explosion animation was like the happy birthday thing, and they figured, you know what? We'll give you guys one game to light it up since it is, you know, Shadow Hunter's birthday, you know, one for the boy, and then we'll play after that. But you can see Lazy Bear here going to add yet another one, and that's now 5 unanswered goals for the Drift Queens.
Something that was a big talking point for us yesterday on both the casters and the desk was structure. Bonjour seems to be struggling with that right now. You know, they're having to force themselves into making big mechanical plays in the defense, which means they don't have the clean touches that they would like to be able to then start working it forward. It's more just about getting the ball out of their net rather than starting to form an offense, and leaves them scrambling a little bit to deal with so much. Crypto living up to that reputation of his, managing to take this all the way up off the wall. Delays it for as long as he could possibly want to slide it in under the crossbar. 6 goals to the better for Drift Queens, and Bonjour still yet to answer.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if Bonjour does not find a way to turn things up, it might not be too long until they're saying au revoir here in our top 8. Drift Queens look absolutely phenomenal in game number 1. They limited the opposition to just 3 shots while they were able to run it up. 14 shots, 6 of them finding the back of the net. Drift Queens just playing out of their minds.
Yeah, and those 3 shots coming to 3 saves, and it doesn't look like they were particularly difficult saves to make either. So Bonjour really going to have to structure it, and the midfield was completely out of their control, it seemed. Even when they started popping it away from themselves, there was always a Drift Queens player there in good rotations to be able to pick it up, and they were able to then combine that with some really nice team passes, some really good individual skills to beat 1.5 players, and then it was just a numbers game until eventually it found the back of the net. So work to do. Certainly work to do here for Bonjour. And so far, my predictions for the day was Bonjour was going to take this first match. After we saw them in that last game yesterday, they looked so good. And yet now, they're just not showing that same flair, that same finesse to be able to make those connections.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's a little bit of that Rocky mentality, right? You got to get hit around the mouth once or twice before you finally come out swinging. Whatever it is, Bonjour definitely needs to find a way to turn things around, because let's just be honest, let's call it what it is. That last game, it wasn't pretty. You spent so much time back in your defensive end. Maybe you can focus on the counterattacks to try and punish the fact that Drift Queens are playing so aggressive, but their third back is always in such a good spot in the rotation. It's going to be tough.
Yep. The big thing about this mentality, you're going up against a pretty good European side, a team with a good reputation behind them, and these are experienced SSA players. Two of these 3 guys have managed to go overseas to wildcard tournaments and play against some of the best in the world. I don't think that they are a team that naturally crumbles under pressure. So as long as they can maintain that themselves, it's one game. It doesn't actually matter what the scoreline is after that. As long as they can maybe open up with a nice early goal here. You mentioned it yesterday. Just hit that double flip reset backboard read and you're straight away back into the races. So Bonjour, lots behind them, certainly lots that they can improve upon from that first game, and lots that we have seen multiple times from their past experiences. They've got so much in the bank. They just didn't really bring too much to this game.
So, I mean, here's the good news for you as far as when you look over on the side of Bonjour is this is now best of 7 territory, right? You finally gotten to the point where you can kind of afford to drop a game. I would even venture to say potentially 2 just because of the experience on this Bonjour roster, right? We know that they've kind of got the results in the past. They know that they can rely on what they know to get to those later rounds, but it's got to start turning around here. I feel like for them, if they can really put their best foot forward here in this first like 60 to 90 seconds, put game 1 in the rear view, they'll be absolutely fine.
Well, 60 to 90 seconds really can change the entire story of this, and already starting to link up so beautifully. Cam gonna receive this from Skill Steal. Doesn't get the best touch that he would have wanted to. So difficult pass. Lazy Bear up to that one quickly as well, but Skill Steal picking up the boost, having a lot of space to work with this. Doesn't get too much on it. Fusion gonna be able to deny that for now. Not just deny it though, but turn it into an offensive opportunity. Lazy Bear reads that. Skill Steal up to the challenge though, denies the shot for now. Instead, Wilu gonna try and chase this down. Followed up too closely by Cam for him to put on too much of an offensive, or at least a defensive try towards that. Gonna have to do work here. Denied out. Fusion's the chance there. Again, the demos coming in here and changing the mentality of this Bonjour side.
I'll tell you what, I have always been a fan of the ruthless aggression in Rocket League. I know some people don't like the bumps and the demos, but it really can open up so many opportunities. Maybe something to look forward here, especially if you're looking over on that Bonjour side of the pitch. I mean, there's one thing that we're seeing from Drift Queens is they are taking over the air. They definitely don't care. They are playing absolutely just free and clear, which is when you look over a team like Drift Queens that we've seen some of their ceiling potential. When they're playing loose and free, that's when they're really going to try and put on a show. So Bonjour has done a good job in the first 90 seconds here on the defensive end. That's really kind of limited the opportunities, but their offense hasn't been able to pick things up either.
Oh no, ball pumped towards the center by Cam, and Lazy Bear gonna be able to pick that up completely. Just Bonjour dedicating a little bit too hard into the offense there. Leaves Cam alone with that pressure from Fusion. He didn't have a lot of places to go, and unfortunately he put it in the worst one. Opening goal here. We all asked for a good, strong first 90 seconds. Well, 91 is all it took for them to break, and once more on the deficit.
I gotta say, he's a lot bigger man than I think when the opposition leaves me a pass like that, I can't help but at least saying great pass once or twice to try and get in their heads. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was a very unfortunate save to knock that right in their way. You played so good and kept it so tight there early, and now you're gonna have to play from behind. The good news, at least for now, is it's only 1. The bad news is you can see Drift Queens isn't going to let their foot up off the gas. We know they're gonna continue to play fast. Can you try and find some way to counter that? That's going to be a kablamo. Fusion 77 gets that ball passed off to Crypto, who's going to go coast to coast. Leaves it off for Lazy Bear, but Cam at least gets the save.
Again, these demos coming in all over the field, whether it's Bonjour trying to make an offensive opportunity or struggling at the back there. There's always seems to be a member missing and a puff of smoke there where they once stood. Right now, it hasn't paved the way just yet for a goal from this one, but eventually, Cam makes the save. Lazy Bear trying to get one more. Cam once more into the defensive line. They managed to keep it out for now. Wheeler going for a quick jump. Crypto was up to that just as fast. Skill Steal trying desperately to take that slower. Fusion forced it. Now 3 players rushing back for the defense, but no one's there.
Unfortunately, everyone got caught pushing up just a little too far, even after the double save from Cam. Oh, actually, it was Wilu got caught going towards the corner. Didn't have the boost to get there until it hit that big pad, and Drift Queens gets their second goal. So even though it looks like Bonjour's kind of closed the gap a little bit here, they've still got to find a way to finish closing this thing out, because you can't rely on Cam to continue to be able to just protect the goal line when that ball's halfway across the way. We've got to find some way to get a little bit of resistance and release this pressure down in your defensive zone.
Yeah, I think a big part of that is just the possession game. Right now, DQ is flattening their opponents in terms of how many times they're able to link things together. Right now, Skill still trying to take it up, but can he actually find one of his teammates? He drops it down. Crypto takes it off his hands, finds Lazy Bear, pops it towards the center. Cam backflips in the center, leaves it open, and Fusion gonna make it a third.
And you'll even see here after the pass here from Lazy Bear, nice touch by the way, but then able to come on down and make sure you knock down Cam out of position. Cam, the one who's been able to kind of stonewall that goal line there, leaves things wide open, and all you got to do is tap it in. Now up 3-0, 90 seconds left on the clock, and it's looking like Drift Queens are going to be going up 2-0.
Oh, and they're going to make it a fourth right now. Nearly 2 games that Bonjour still unable to find the back of the net. Their shot tally no better than the previous match. Right now, it seems Drift Queens unanswerable. They just are unable to be stopped. Already up to a total of 11 shots. And right now, Bonjour forced 6 saves out of them. The other ones straight in the back of the net.
Once again, going to be trying to move the ball up here. Bonjour might have an opportunity to make a play. I thought Wilder might be able to have an opportunity for a shot there, but don't be surprised if very quickly the Drift Queens try and flip this pitch. There's going to be a shot attempt here from Skill Steal. It does get knocked aside from Fusion. Fusion then going to catch Wailu, trying to catch it, put his hand in the cookie jar, able to get the save, but Lazy Bear punches it in, and Drift Queens up 5-0 with 59 seconds left to play.
Everywhere on the field right now just seems to be a danger zone for Bonjour. They cannot afford to push up because the shots are across the field like that. They had a moment of hope as that thing clanged across the crossbar, but nothing more came out of it more than just having to suffer. 5-0 down now, pass towards the center. Crypto going to take one pop, find the backboard on this. A charging Lazy Bear doesn't manage to get it past any of the defenders. Still, they're going to be happy that they have had to do very little on their side of the field. Cam trying to make this work. Crypto gets it past one. Wilu takes that 50. Skill Steal pops it down, but it's going to go safely into the corner. Now Fusion's got a little bit to work with. Not much in terms of boost. He's going to have to give it up to Cam, but none of the balls really starting to find anything dangerous. You know, they're popping towards the side. This is a nice passing play. That's a great passing play, and still unanswered. Wilu unable to get to that in time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see like they're starting to piece things together, right? But it's just not quite enough. It just seems like Drift Queens have an answer for everything that Bonjour is throwing at them. They're having absolutely no problem being able to find a way to get the translation and be able to shut things down. As this ball touches down, they are able to finish off the clean sheet here in game number 2, and Drift Queens just look dominant right now.
You know, something that I've come to know about this Bonjour side, at least in terms of the individual players on it, in whatever roster they've been playing, they almost seem to have a precognition about what's coming in a game. You know, a good Rocket League player knows what the next 5 seconds are going to be, and that's why they do the rotations that they do, why they jump or hold it back for just a second. And yet now, Bonjour seems to be reacting to everything. When they go quickly to a ball, Drift Queens slows it down. When they overcommit to something, Drift Queens pulls a pass across the field and just manages to find a teammate that Bonjour didn't spot for the entirety of the game. They seem to come out of nowhere, and Bonjour left stranded so many times. Yeah, again, now 14 shots, equaling up that previous match. And Bonjour need to find something. They're just not looking comfortable. They're not in control. They're not the ones to control the tempo. I don't know if it's because, again, it's a team that plays with a very different style. I mean, this is one of the big things that we have to adapt to as South African or SSA players, is we are kind of stuck in our own mental bubble. And when we're presented with something new, it takes a little bit of innovation. But you're running out of time. 2 games down out of the best of 7. 2 more is all that Drift Queens need. So far, they're looking unstoppable.
Yeah, they're already halfway there, and over on the other side of the pitch when you look at for Bonjour, I don't want to sound like I'm saying the same thing as last time we're talking about how important this first 60 to 90 seconds are, right? But when you look at the fact that you now have played 10 minutes of Rocket League and you have not found the back of the net once, you have allowed 11 goals. If you see Drift Queens come out here in these first 2 minutes, if they're up even just 2-0, that's when you start to have that doubt creep in the back of the head, like, oh man, here we go again. And now instead of trying to play with your best foot forward, now you're just trying to stop from the worst thing from happening. That's that quicksand, right? The more that you struggle, the worse it gets and the faster you sink. So the first 60 seconds here, as far as for Bonjour, if they want to turn things around, it's got to happen right now.
What I like, though, is being quarterfinals, they now have the option for the timeout, and that's exactly what Bonjour's done. They've taken the moment to just settle themselves, figure out what they've got to do, figure out what's going wrong in this case, and be able to just settle their nerves as a team. I really like that. That's such a heads-up play. Too many teams leave it until they're 3-0 down, or, right on that verge. Now there's time to bring it back, and they're going to be doing this. Game number 3. Bonjour need to start and need to bring something different, need to take control of this game, or they're going to lose the series.
Yeah, it's got to start right now, and you can see, unfortunately, Drift Queens at least has won the kickoff. They're going to start getting a little bit of this control. The question is, how fast can you garner the control back? Fusion's going to start with a little bit of that aggression, gets the demo, but Skill Steal is still going to be able to advance this ball, and Wilu's actually going to respond with a demo in their own right. Should buy them a little bit of space down here on this side of the field, but a little too delayed to be able to make a play right there in front of the net. That does allow Drift Queens to be able to get the clear. It's going to be Crypto now coming across the field, dribbling the ball, gets at least Cam to be able to invest the boost to get up and be able to block that there, but it doesn't stop the attack. Fusion, the double touch, drops it down, and Drift Queen's going to be the first ones on the board yet again.
I mean, this is an impressive play. Let's give credit to Drift Queens. It's not about Fusion playing badly. Drift Queens is just looking like they're on another level. To be able to get that high in the air, take it over the 2 defenders, and still have the control behind you to get that angle down. That is a phenomenal goal, and Drift Queens are really continuing with a fantastic... muscled through Cam, gonna secure it at the end there. First goal comes up from Bonjour. And a little bit helped out here, I think, by Lazy Bear to give Skill Steal the boost over the top. Crypto tried valiantly, but it still finds the back of the goal. We have an even game.
And that's what you were looking for. That's the type of response you needed if you were Bonjour, if you allow the first goal in. You've been able to re-level the playing field here. Now the question becomes, can you be the one that comes out here in these next 30 seconds and sees some control? You can see that they've been able to push the ball down into the zone here. Cam's going to be that third one back that's able to push this ball forward, but makes it an easy fielding for Fusion. Shot over towards the net, but just a tad bit wide. And Lazy Bears can make that an easy clearing here. Puts it down into that basic corner of Bonjour. And I feel like for Bonjour, it feels like they've started to be able to figure out how they can slow this offense down a little bit from Drift Queens. The question is, can you get your offense to really set up shop on the opposite side of the field?
But it's not just the Drift Queens offense that slowed down. I feel like even Bonjour has slowed their own game down a little bit, looking to be a little bit smarter in their plays. They're not diving into things. Now they've got to still react as quickly when the time comes, but they're not trying to charge into everything. I think that they're a little bit used to having all the freedom and more space against some of the SA teams. Now they're being denied a lower. That's an open goal. Crypto trying to come back. The dunk has worked. Wilu makes it happen, and for the first time, Bonjour going to take a lead.
I'm not going to lie, I was really nervous here when it looked like there was a potential 3-on-1, but a beautiful play, and you even see Cams there for the safety net if was needed. And now Bonjour have their first lead, and look at that. Maybe not 60, maybe not 90 seconds, but not too far past it. Right now, Bonjour looking to try and turn around the series.
This is the sign of a mature team, a team who can realize that they're struggling with something, take the time out, get some good, valuable advice, get the team cohesion back a little bit. You can see there, Cam and Skill Steal, old teammates working together to try and reinforce that. When they know that they've lost their chance, they back it up so quickly. Skill Steal taking the first touch. Wilu forced it back towards the corner and relative safety. Fusion trying to come off the roof again. He's done work from here before, but unable to find anything more than the post. Cam going to try to take it out, muscles it into the hands of Crypto. The two of them clashing for just a second, but the rest of Bonjour up there and ready to fight it out as a team.
And it's going to seem like a small play, but that play by Crypto to at least meet with that little bit of resistance slowed down the push. Otherwise, it was going to be Bonjour moving too far, too fast, but it doesn't matter. Skill Steal's up to the sky, able to punch that one down, and Bonjour now have a 2-goal lead.
Oh, giving back a taste of their own medicine. Wilu gets a little bit of a bump on the baseline there. I missed that the first time round, and then has the awareness to pop it up onto the backboard. Quick follow-up after that. Bonjour looking like a different team. 3-1 up with just over half the game gone. Lazy Bear tries to pop it out there. Fusion, and see, even Wilu there doesn't dedicate to it, doesn't just try and jump for that. Knows that he's not going to be able to get to it and instead decides to rotate back and live to see another fight. This pass towards the center though, too good, and no one's there to back it up. Crypto going to make it down to 1 goal.
I mean, what a play here by Lazy Bear as well. One, finding the teammate, but then also just in the perfect spot. Crypto has no one there to have to even need any sort of presence in the net. Makes it such an easy shot. You cut this lead in half. Bonjour need to make sure that they can stay on top of their P's and Q's. Otherwise, they just might find themselves in a tie.
Cam's trying for something creative. Opts for that African bouncer, as Greybeard likes to call it there. Doesn't manage to come out with anything, but they've still at least got the possession here. Weelu, that's a soft touch, straight into the hands of Lazy Boy. Crypto trying to make it harder, but Cam still there. A stalwart on the goal line. He was my player of the driver of the day yesterday, and you guys will be able to vote for that later. Driver of the day was denied for him then. Maybe he's looking to earn it here. Stalwart on defense, the one to score a couple of the goals in the front line as well. In fact, he's one for every one of the Bonjour side players. Cam's the one on charging forward right now. Goes over the heads of Weelu. Skill steal gets denied by Crypto. Suddenly a bit of space here with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, Drift Queen's trying to make some last-minute miracles happen and see if they can force themselves into a third win. I feel like this is a really good example, though. You had mentioned of how sometimes teams wait until that third loss to take that timeout, whereas here Bonjour's done a great job of being able to come out after the timeout, put a different game plan together, and it seems like a different Bonjour squad here in this first 4 minutes of this game. The question is, can we close it out? If we can. 2-1 doesn't sound quite as bad as 2-0, and also just the way that they're playing. They're even on shots. Everything's basically coming that 50-50 game I think we were more expecting in the pre-show.
Yeah, I mean, psychologically, even if you end up losing the series still, this is where you start to feel better as a side. You managed to pick up the goals after being denied by quite a margin there in the first 2 games. Now you've put one on here. Put 3, in fact, in 30 seconds left. And Skill Steal looking towards the center. Weelu takes a venomous shot, but denied out. Double commits was forced there from the Drift Queen side. The important thing is that they got it out of the back of the net. Cam now decides to slow play it. He's got Skill Steal in reserve. He gets rid of the ball. He's even got a chance towards the net. Weelu goes for the bump, and it works. Cam secures a 2-goal lead. 8 seconds left, and Bonjour might have turned the entire story of the series.
I love this lead play by Weelu there, just to be able to go exactly where you need to be. You get the demo, which makes it such an easy play there. And now you're feeling even better with the lead here for your Bonjour, right? It's one thing to win by 1, but now you've turned things around. You've been able to lead by 2, maybe even see if you can get a third before going home. Nope, that ball's going to touch the ground, but Bonjour doing such a great job of utilizing that timeout, turning things around here, going into game 4. All of a sudden, we got us a series.
Yeah, we got a series now. And I think that last goal for Bonjour is actually so critical to their mentality. If you win by 1, Drift Queens isn't really perturbed at that stage.
Right.
They still feel overall like they got control of the series, and they go, okay, they managed to eke it out for 1. But a 2-goal lead. A 2-goal lead opens the confidence for Bonjour. They managed to muscle in the goals. They managed to get some nice creative plays. They had the teamwork flowing a little bit better. They looked more confident on their touches. At the end of the day, Drift Queens now halved, more than halved in terms of the number of shots they were able to take, and a much better showing from the side in orange.
It's interesting, right? Because when you look at Bonjour's shot count, it's really not that much higher than we saw like in games 1 and 2, right? But just the fact that they were able to limit how much time the opposition is shooting at their net, all of a sudden the game looks completely different here. I mean, Bonjour still had to get themselves a few saves, doing a good job locking things down the defensive end. I feel like for them, just being able to make sure that they're, like you mentioned, more fighting around that midfield line, kind of that middle third versus their back third. They just seemed a lot more comfortable in that game. I want to see them come out here and try and duplicate that success in game number 4.
Drift Queens, on the other hand, still looking like a strong team, still ahead in this series, and so credit where credit's due. The quality of the shots that they're putting in is still spectacular, and I don't know if they're going to be too shaken. They're going to have to think again, think a little bit harder, and certainly not get carried away right now, but the overconfidence certainly put in check. Bonjour now going to be sitting a little bit happier right now. No teams deciding to take that timeout. Everyone pretty happy with the status quo from both sides. And game number 4 about to kick off. This could be the one and done from Bonjour as Drift Queens take this back, or it really could be a turn in the tides.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what the story looks like here in 5 minutes. Are we one game away from seeing a team advance, or are we already going to be tied back up at 2? At least for now, it's going to be Lazy Bear moving the ball forward. Nice little contest, but Fusion's going to be able to field the second one. But Cam doing a great job. Cam's been a player that's done so much for this Bonjour squad on the defensive end, but not just the defensive end, but also leading the charge down on the offensive side too. Really an MVP type performance.
You can see even there with 0 boost, he's hanging around, trying to make sure that he's still in the play. Now he's going to be forced onto the defensive line. Crypto going to be able to pick this up. We've seen some mechanics, par none from him. Now trying to fight it off the backboard. Once more, it's Cam's up to the task there. Lazy Bear still keeps it around. He's handed off a little bit too much. Skill steal. Gives it away once more, back and forth in front of this orange net. 2 teams wrestling for control of this. It drops down towards the center. Cam's going to get a decent touch on this. Wheelu trying to get an extra little deflect on that and able to find it. Still, possession largely turned over here. Skill steal not able to get there in time, but Wheelu chipping it high, flips to the side. Skill steal going to hand off to this. It's on the backboard. No double touch for him. And Cam's charges aggressively. Crypto with a bit of space now. Can't find the angle.
Ball got just a little too far ahead of them, and now they're going to have to retreat back into the defensive end here. They do only briefly spend about 3-4 seconds as Fusion was able to get that fielded in the corner. Lazy Bear able to retrieve that up in the sky, but Cam has other things in mind. Leaves it off for Wheelu. Unfortunately, the bump being right in front of the shot, so it does send that ball towards the side. Allows Drift Queens to now get that control, but you can see it's just kind of a quick push forward. I'm kind of surprised to see it feels like Drift Queens, their offense has started to become more of an individual play, whereas in the first 2 games, we did see the passing plays really allowing them to see a lot of success. I'm curious what's kind of caused them to switch up the motif here.
Yeah, that's actually a very important point there. Is they were finding this success because they were able to keep the ball out of the hands of their opponents. Right now, every one of the challenges is coming in a one-on-one. And the speed from Bonjour has certainly caught up that they can follow up a little bit more confidently. Now, Skill Steal has a bit of space, forces Fusion into a difficult situation. Wheelu unable to get a touch there, gives too much space for Crypto. Forced back towards the center, soft touch going to come down. Cam manages to eke it away towards the corner and follow up with that 50. Fusion going to be taking control of this. Crypto going to be beaten. Doesn't even decide to go up for this as Wheelu pops it towards the corner instead. Crypto trying to muscle out. Cam's got a bit of space, but his pass is backwards. Skill Steal forced into a vertical jump. And now it's going to go up. Lazy Bear trying to read this for the double. Would have been an impressive, a monumental task if he could. But everyone just kind of diving for it at this stage. The desperation starting to leak through as we hit the 3-minute mark. And no one managing to draw blood.
Yeah, it was crazy down the other side, man. Everybody missed there. But we are 3 minutes into a game and no one scored. That's the first time that we've seen this kind of defensive standstill in this series. So I think both teams starting to kind of get the good read on one another. And I think you mentioned that little bit of panic maybe we're almost seeing on those whiffs, starting to feel that pressure, especially as the series goes deeper here. We're tied 0-0. And I think over on the side of Drift Queens, they feel like this Bonjour defense has started to figure them out. They've only gotten one shot. Granted, Bonjour's only shot once, but the second one from Skill Steal finds the back of the net. And let's not forget about the beautiful dime here from Cam as well.
Man, that pass, being able to come off the wall and flip back towards it to keep control of the ball, keep the pace up and the height out of the reach of our Drift Queens players. Drift Queens in a position that they're so not used to right now, down by 1 minute and a half on the board, and most importantly, I think for Bonjour, yet to score. They're once more back into the attack. Lazy Bear, he's up to stop the first challenge from Skill Steal, but he's going to hand it off straight to Cam. Cam's taking a wide route around, finds Winner in the center, the shot is there! The second goal of Bonjour, 2-0.
Hello, how you doing? Bonjour now up 2-0. The offense has finally showed up here. They are starting to put so much pressure. They are taking so much control down the zone. Yeah, they've only got 3 shots, but they're very, very efficient. They've been doing such a good job of controlling the pace of the game here in game number 4. And as long as your defense can continue to step up to the task for these final 55 seconds, we'll be going into game 5 all knotted up at 2.
Oh, this series is suddenly blown wide open. Wheelu with another shot. Skill Steal gonna try and chip it up. He's read by Crypto. Crypto can do well enough to find Fusion and stop it for just a second. Cam looking to chip this in. He might even have another touch. Denied out, contested by Lazy Bear. Weelu gonna put a desperate shot across the goals there. Fusion up to the task on this opportunity. Skill Steal wants to keep it around. And really, it has been a complete tempo shift here. Bonjour managing to rock up 7 shots, just the one from Drift Queens. Can they make it a late attempt, even just to salvage their pride? Or is it going to be Bonjour going into game number 5 in full control of the series? Seems like it is going to be the case. Boar looking to touch down. Crypto happy to just leave it there. Weelu doesn't even bother trying to create some sort of consternation. Bonjour pick up game number 4. 2 games apiece. The series is back. And the voice is starting to quiet from one side. The voice is starting to roar from the other. And your boy, my man, this is the sort of fight we were looking for.
Yeah, I think we were expecting to see more of like the back and forth, like maybe 1-for-1 game instead of 2-for-2, but I'm all here for it. I'm going to be interested to see as far as for the Drift Queens. Now that they've lost 2 games, do they potentially look to go for that timeout, right? Because we saw how valuable it was for Bonjour here. And just when we look at the stats here, they were able to limit Drift Queens to just 1 shot. A team that had been really spending amounts of time down the other side of the field. I feel like now would be a good time to kind of go, hey, let's at least at minimum, if we don't want to change up our game plan, let's at least like slow down the opposition and kind of like ice the kicker for 60 seconds because they're starting to catch fire over on that Bonjour side.
Yep, and it has been a completely different game style from Drift Queens. You mentioned the fact that they're going for more individualistic plays as opposed to working as a team. The demos completely dried up, and that was such an integral part of their game plan. Disrupting the backline, opening up the shot opportunities. Bonjour has picked up on that marker, though, and run with it. They picked up 3 demos there, and they worked. They have been so efficacious throughout the weekend, not just today's series. Drift Queens deciding not to take a timeout. We're going straight into game number 5. And Bonjour looking to carry it on. Drift Queens now over 5 minutes without a goal on their side.
I gotta say, the option to not take the timeout here is interesting to me. I think it would be one thing if we had like a shootout where it like came down to like a last second goal, but the fact that they had 1 shot and really limited time down that side of the pitch, I feel like the last thing you want to do is wait until you're 1 game away, but here it is, Cam pushing forward, wide open net, and Bonjour gonna be on the board, and it only takes 11 seconds.
Skill Steal pops it up. Fusion was going to go for that on the backboard, but he thought Lazy Bear had it, and Lazy Bear, unable to make contact, leaves it wide open. And I think Cam going to say hello every moment of the day when it comes to something like that. 11 seconds in, and the cracks really starting to come out. Drift Queens was in such good control. They had such cohesion in their side. Now starting to doubt each other, it seems.
Even see it feels like it's even noticeable in their gameplay. We talked about not only just the individual skills, but I haven't been noticing Drift Queens taking to the skies as confidently, right? It's almost like they're second guessing things because I don't know if it's just the fact that they're starting to see the success that Bonjour is starting to have, or maybe if they just feel like they're not winning those the 50s as much. I mean, let's remember they are playing on the ping. Sometimes those 50s is where it's tough to play, but I feel like Bonjour rising to the occasion here. If they can continue to take over the skies, they might just win this thing in 4 straight.
And look at the pressure coming out there. The bump on the baseline, then the demo forces Drift Queens into such a difficult situation. Once more, they have to come around. It is going to be a wide open ball and a good clear that Crypto going to be trying to do something with, but instantly snatched away. Skill Steal and Cam once more back into the duo that's been so deadly for this Bonjour side. Weelu going to be happy, in fact, that he got the demo there. Manages to spawn back up with boost. He's going to have to do it once more. Skill Steal was up. Didn't manage to get the dunk back down, and Cam denied by the shot. Weelu going to take to the skies once more with the full tank. Get a second touch. Does at least find the 50 behind it. Skill Steal and Cam both up, meaning that there's no quick shot. Lazy Bear instead going to test the back line.
Oh, he looks good. At least get enough of a touch to send that thing back towards midfield. Still gets a touch on it. That does unfortunately sail sad a tad bit wide. I love the contest here from Cam to continue pushing the ball forward, but unfortunately not able to seize the control, which allows Drift Queens to now flip the pitch, flips the script, and try and see if they can find themselves their first goal here in game number 5. But the time down that side, very, very short spent. I love to see the pressure that Bonjour continues to put forward. They're limiting the amount of time that Drift Queens is over there. Even when they do break past that midfield line, it's like maybe a shot, maybe a couple passes of no shots. That's it.
And you can see that Drift Queen's just struggling to get it out of their side of the field. The consistent pressure breaking apart the structure that we said was so important. Now Lazy Bear takes well to the sky and is forced across. Hits one bar, hits two, and it doesn't go in. That was their best shot, and they may be punished on the other side. Bounces up high. Cam gonna take a high ball. Denied by Fusion. Still another shot. Skill still there. Drift Queens, they could have had their way back into this match right now. Of course, there's still only one down, so it's not going to be their last opportunity. But what a heartbreak for them. And they're instead going to suffer a Cam muscle through there. Just a little bit too big. The bounces too many times come to their detriment. Crypto did well to stop the first. But I mean, Drift Queens, they have got to be cursing into their mics right now.
They also got to give a shout out the assist to Wheeler, not just on the pass, but being a nuisance to the defender there, right? Didn't quite get the bump, but still when you're working around one more player while also trying to focus on getting the stop, it makes the job that much tougher there for you. I was going to say if Bonjour did not get a goal on that trip down the field, especially after the way they entered the zone, that was going to be a very missed opportunity, but now they're going to be up by 2 here with 1 minute and 45 seconds as Cam rises up to the sky, tries to get that second touch before Lazy Bear is able to make the play. Crypto now going to be able to get the pass up towards Fusion. Fusion has an open net if they can make the play. Unfortunately, it's a left tad bit wide. I don't even think if Cam makes that save that still goes off the post. And now it's going to be Bonjour, 3v2, touch off the backboard, left for skill steal, but that sails wide as well.
Yet still the ball cramped up here. You can see the confidence has changed from Bonjour. They're ready to go for these 50s deep in their opponent's half. Now it's going to come out. Lazy Boy just takes a soft shot. Skill steal more than up to the task. He's even going to chase it once more. Force 2 players down that left-hand side here for Drift Queens. And Bonjour picks it up. He manages to get himself a nice flip reset. Takes it, forces all 3 into the corner. Cam sends it towards the center. He's going to have another shot, and he finds it in.
And now Bonjour starting to seem to catch the stride that I think a lot of us were expecting. I think this is the type of performances that in the last couple of games that even the Deaths was expecting when we were talking about their predictions there. And it looks like those first 2 games, maybe a little bit of awakening, maybe didn't quite show up ready to play, or maybe we're just overlooking their opposition, but they have not made that mistake here since. And actually, they've done a phenomenal job of really slowing the pace down. They have been able to do a good job in this game of at least getting a few more shots, but they're slowing down how much Drift Queens is able to push forward. It's honestly a defensive clinic.
Oh, 100%. Even though Drift Queens up to a much more respectable shot tally, 6 on the board for them, they have been largely denied, forced out 5 shots from their opponents. A couple of those have had to be really difficult saves to make. At the end of the day, the tempo of the game is just felt in the control of Bonjour. And this is a big thing about the South African mentality. And of course, we include Wilu in this from the Reunion Islands. We have learned to fight. We have learned to come back. No matter how much life hits you down, keep going. We find a way. A boer makaplan, as we say in the region. Skill steal gonna settle with this, even denying them 10 minutes without a goal here for the Drift Queens. A very similar story that make it 1 more for the road. 10 minutes without a goal is what Bonjour faced in the beginning. Now Drift Queens facing the same fate. This, if ever, was the time for a timeout.
Yeah, and it does actually look like it is getting called there in chat as we're getting ready to round out this game. Can't blame them here, but can't wonder if it's a little too late. It feels like Bonjour just has all the momentum right now. I feel like the extra minute for Bonjour here is just going to allow them to kind of pump one another up, knowing how close that they are to advancing to the next round. I mean, just look at the shot totals here. I mean, everything across the board. It's kind of 50s down on the defensive side, but if you look at like the jobs being able to steal the boost even a little bit, Bonjour just seems like that they've kind of been able to smooth the edges out of it.
Yeah, 100%. You can see Drift Queen still trying all the different things. They were able to get a couple of nice high balls, still not as confident in the air as you pointed out earlier. They brought their demos back into the play, but they weren't timed to the same intricacies as they were before. And it means that Bonjour looking untroubled. You know, a Bonjour side that we've seen over the weekend, the one prevailing fact has been when you get them under pressure, their structure suffers a little bit and they struggle to keep that sort of composure on the back line. They start double committing, they struggle to clear the ball out, but now they haven't really had to. There hasn't been big, long, extended periods of play that Drift Queen has been in control. And instead, Bonjour just prioritizing that possession game means that they can hammer time and time again. They're going for the 50s in their opponent's half. That is just making Drift Queens have to invest more and more. Eventually, they're running out of boost. Eventually, there's someone just not there to make this shot. Bonjour looking really strong. The timeout has been called, as you said. And what do we say as Drift Queens? What do you say as their coach coming in here being like, you know you did this in the beginning. You know you are the team that can take the games off them. But you got to do it, and you got to do it now.
Yeah, I think that the conversation right now is you know who you are, right? Because you proved who you were in the first game, or first two games even, completely dictating the pace, being able to push the pace, being able to spend so much time in the defensive zone. Maybe also a little bit of hope for you is the fact that you saw that Bonjour was able to win a couple back-to-back off of their timeout. If you're able to do that here, you are still able to keep your, drive through qualifier 2 here still going. But it's going to be a tough ask. As far as over on the side of Bonjour, they are 5 minutes away from moving into a top 4. So let's go ahead and get on down to it.
Game number 6. Make or break for Drift Queens. Bonjour in a far happier position than they looked at the beginning of this series. Now keeping some composure. Wilu takes it slow, manages to beat it past 1. Gonna try and challenge it through. Crypto clashes head on. Cam and Skillsteel looking to link together. They've been denied for now by Fusion. Wilu keeps it going up high and long. Doesn't give Lazy Bear much to work with. He's trying to find Crypto. Crypto with the double though! Suddenly, Drift Queen's back in the game.
It doesn't take long off the timeout. Maybe that's the magic juice here, but Crypto able to get that pass skill steal, the double tap down. Cam not quite able to get back and make a play on it. And Drift Queens going to be up early in game number 6.
Oh man, we need to see Greybeard's pulse meter again in this series. That must be off the charts right now. For his health, I would turn this off until we get a final result. But Skillsteel on a bit of a breakaway, tries to go up nice and high. Lazy Bear though reads it, even on the ping difference as well. Cam gonna read this perfectly though. Pops it up, sends it towards the center, even finds it across. Skillsteel was there. He saw his teammate instead of trying to make heroics himself. Now the ball popping up high. The double's there. Wilu with the save.
I love it. You have the confidence to make the passing play across the defense on the offensive end, which lets me know that your squad feeling good. You also got the big save, which also has to have the team feeling pretty good right now. You've got to get this ball moving forward. Skillsteel's going to be able to do just that. Fusion, though, does have a demo that comes in, which should slow down this attack just a little bit. Don't want to get caught creeping too far forward. But Skillsteel's back, actually just going to punch it home from the top of the key, and we're all tied up at 1.
Again, forcing so much out of the defense there. Lazy Bear can't clear it far enough, and Crypto in position, but ekes himself forward just a fraction. And it means the angle of the back of the car deflects still into the net. A close try, so close to being able to maintain that lead. But Bonjour is back. 1 apiece, flick over 2. Nearly goes for the third. Wilu, though, going to be able to send it high and long. Skillsteel and Cam both up for this. Double commit, sensing the weakness in their opponents. But now they're the ones who have to worry. Crypto going to try to take it long. Taken out by Wilu, who came forward too confidently. And he even gets a last roll over the car to try and get that in. Denied by Lazy Bear. Bonjour back into the driver's seat. The pass towards the center. Wilu not able to get to in time. Cam looking to reinforce.
Going for a highlight play like that while you're on match point, they're feeling good right now on the Bonjour side. You can't blame them. 3 straight wins. They seem to be doing pretty solid here in game number 6 as well. Skillsteel going to be able to get the touch to at least get this ping past that midfield line, but it does end up quickly getting returned back onto their side. They got to find a way to get this clear and really truly get this possession and try and make a way towards the net themselves. Cam was looking for that touch towards the corner, loses the control, and now they've got to get back on defense.
Rotations from both sides coming in through thick and fast. They're able to move from one side of the field to the other so quickly. The important thing is registering when the tide is turned, able to make that switch for themselves. When they're going forwards, they go together as a team. Again, a little bit of a double commit coming out here, but the demo utilizing that position, making sure it's not just a mistake, putting himself there to contribute to the play. Wheeler now alone in the back line, gets a nice fortuitous bounce. Lazy Bear up to the task though. Skill Steal going to push this into the corner, make it difficult for Crypto and get in the way, opening things up for Cam to try to take it high. He's been so good at getting the ball out, pops it up nice and high towards the center. Fusion trying to find Crypto on the wall, who collects it nicely. Can he pop it towards a waiting teammate though? Lazy Bear up so high to try to get this. He can't find the initial touch. Once more, Bonjour collects.
Crypto doing a good job of meeting with that resistance towards the midfield line as Bonjour was looking for the clear, and we're all tied up at one potential final 90 seconds of this series. If we happen to see Bonjour find the back of the net just one more time, Cam's gonna be able to pop that thing up over Lazy Bear. It's gonna be a 2, maybe even a 3-on-1. Doesn't need a rebound. We lose. Just gonna punch it in, and Bonjour up 2-1.
Again, the team works so well together. Even when they push up into a very close proximity to each other, they utilize that. They go, I'm right next to you. Just get the smallest little touch. I'll do everything else. And like you said, Wheelu had all the people in the world behind him. Didn't need it. Takes the straight shot. Forces Crypto into an impossible save. With a minute left on the clock, Bonjour now with the series in their sights. Need to hold it steady.
Try and see if Drift Queens can find some way to piece things together in this final 60 seconds. Fusion's going to be able to pick that thing off from the midfield line, but just sends it ahead. No one's going to be able to field it. Lazy Bear trying to move it up. Second touch there from Fusion. That was filthy, and we're all tied up, and we've got 53 seconds left to go.
Oh, Cam harassed in the net constantly. Means that he's just a step ahead, but Fusion with the perfect touch. Gets it somehow behind his car, off his own bumper. There is pixels in a shot like that, and he does it. He keeps things alive, and now ricochets down. Wheeler's taking a shot. It's back to 1 for Bonjour.
That was so well done. Look at this thing. Skill still drops it down. Wheeler's able to get into play. Crypto tries to get there, but not able to make the play as it bounces, goes into the upper left-hand corner, and Bonjour back in the lead. It's 47 seconds for Drift Queens to find a response, or this series is done.
Drift Queens, again, also a team with good mental states. But right now, how much more do you want out of them? How much more impetus? How much more morale do they have? They've got a shot. It's just gone wide. Denied one. Second one. We'll find it, though. Drift Queen's not out of this. Drift Queen's not ready to say die just yet.
Hey, we got us a game here for game number 6, and it's back and forth, and this is what you love to see. This here is SSA. 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if one of these teams can punch it home before we go to overtime.
Cam trying to find it to Wheelu. Skill Steal also there. Crypto takes it away. Lazy Bear's up in the center. He's got Crypto with him. They found the backboard on 1. Lazy Bear's got a touch. He's going to put it in. 18 seconds left. Drift Queens, you cannot count this team out. It looks like we might go to a game 7. 18 seconds left on the clock. Is there another twist in this tale?
It ain't over until it's over, and Drift Queens here are going to continue with that pedal down until the final whistle. Try and see if they can force a game number 7 and keep their hopes alive here in qualifier number 2. Pass on down to Cam. Cam's not going to be able to push it too much far forward, but Wheelu is going to be able to touch, trying to find a teammate here, but Skill Steal not able to get the touch. It's actually Crypto going coast to coast, and now Drift Queens up by 2.
Okay, Crypto, you have earned so much respect with this place. Perfect control of the car, pops it up in the air, even with the desperate defense from Bonjour coming back. Drift Queens, just here to remind everyone, the top 8 for a reason. They are here to fight the entire series, blown. And what better way, what more fitting end to this back and forth series than to go to Champions Field?
I thought that Bonjour was about to find one more there at the end just for good measure, just as something for them to pick up. But you know what? Let's go ahead and go to game number 7. Drift Queens have been able to pull this thing back with 13 shots in game number 6, as opposed to just the 6 from Bonjour. Now, the good thing that you can take away from that over on the Bonjour side is your efficiency is there, but you got to find some way to slow things down on the other half of the pitch.
Yeah. I mean, that apparently the timeout buff is a real thing. I mean, this is a team that has solidified themselves up. They, I believe, have returned to their play style. They are linking together. They are finding the angles. I mean, even the shots in the background with the saves being forced out of Bonjour had to be of a higher caliber because Drift Queens tested them so much and so often. The tempo of this game, man, it seems to be picking up in pace. It seems to be picking up in intensity. And it really is. I mean, we saw what? 3-4 goals in the last 45 seconds?
Yeah.
This is anyone's game.
The only bad news for, I think, the local fans and your fans of Bonjour is a faster pitched game does seem to favor Drift Queens. So you got to find some way here in game number 7 to pump the brakes a little bit. We saw that their ticket to success, even if they weren't out shooting the opposition, was limiting the opposition to less than like 6-7 shots, right? We saw, I think game number 5 was 1 or 2 shots, but even the games before that, there was one where they got outshot, but you can't let them get 12, 13, 14 looks at your net and expect a dub.
Yep, 100%. I mean, that's kind of what I said earlier, right? Was they've got it. When they slowed it down, they looked better. They looked to be in control of the game. They were playing more methodically. And right now, their attempts at goal for Bonjour just seem to be a little bit rushed. And right now, talking about rush, they got to do work on the baseline. No one's up to the pace there. And Lazy Boy trickles it in with our slowest goal probably of the day.
Man, you know what? It don't need to be fast. It don't need to be pretty. All it's got to do is cross that fair line. And Drift Queens here don't need but 19 seconds to take the lead in this 7th and decisive game. Now the question becomes, if you're Bonjour, can you respond? Because usually for them, they've had their success when playing from the front.
Team that is rarely contested to the game. Number 7 comes out there. Cam got to hand it off, and Skill Steal. These two know exactly what's coming. Skill Steal doesn't bother jumping because he knows Cam has a little bit more to go. That late flick to push it over Fusion, and that touch from Skill Steal. 1 apiece in the first 30 seconds.
Now we're all tied up. 1 apiece. Looks like we're going to have ourselves a quick little pause here to see what we got going on. Looks like we might have a little bit of a tech issue potentially, so they're gonna try and get that here figured out. But man, tied up at 1 apiece, and it only took 35 seconds. So both teams have been able to produce a little bit of offense. You've been able to find the response you were looking for to that early goal as well for Bonjour.
Turns out Skill Steal's mic wasn't working, and they still pulled off that sort of communication there. That's an interesting way to do it, but we do not want this game, of all the games, to be decided by technical. We've got to give them the chance to sort this out. He's back. He's ready for this. And I mean, I said at the beginning of the day, your boy, when we were chatting off screen, this was going to be one of the most hotly contested games. We were back and forth in the green room between everyone going, you know, this Drift Queen side was able to sweep Firehawks yesterday. It was a brilliant showing from them. Bonjour struggled in the beginning of the day, but looked undefeatable at the end. Both these sides seem to have their moments of brilliance, and they seem to have brought all of them here for our game number 7.
Let's go ahead and get back down into it. Looks like we've got the mic back working. We've got 4 minutes and 25 seconds on that clock here, and we're all tied up at 1. We know that Bonjour was able to find that very quick response here. I feel like for Bonjour, you would like to double that up and put yourself in the lead, because again, we've seen them have their best success when they're not playing from behind.
Oh, shot comes out there. It's just wide from Weelu. Desperate attempt, and a viable one at that. Cam's now trying to cut this off. He's done well. Manages to pick up some boost. Slows it down for half a second. Takes a second to look where his teammates are. Carries it brilliantly up there. Skill Steal just denied. Weelu going to be able to pick it up. He gets clashed quickly. Crypto with a bit of a runaway here. He and Cam meet in the center of the field. Cam comes out the victor twice in a row. Crypto still, though, the one to emerge with this. Weelu makes a pre-jump, doesn't get too much on it. The shot going to be there, but Weelu makes up for it.
And as you see, though, able to follow it up was Fusion here. Punches it home, and you had the nice couple of plays here in front of the net, but nobody able to get the clear. It's still threatening down there with that things in that defensive third, and Fusion's going to make you pay. 90 seconds into game number 7, and Drift Queens up on top.
Queens up on top. It's exactly what they want, and they've got another chance here. Fusion going to take advantage of a good kickoff in the beginning, charging through there with a little bit more gusto than Wilu can get to. Gets the breakaway. That's going to be a second goal for the lead here of this Drift Queens side. And Bonjour once more have to try and figure out a way back here.
And got that pedal down in the middle, truly out here drifting, making sure they don't slow things down. 3-1. And then I don't think they're going to stop there with just the third. If there's anything that we know about this team, when they're playing loose, they're going to try and run up the scoreboard. We're seeing them trying to push the ball upfield. Skill Steal is going to be able to at least get it past Crypto. We lose here. Going to move the ball forward. If they would have gotten the bump on Fusion, let the wide open net. But unfortunately, now it's going to be Lazy Bear going the other way. Skill Steal needs to make the save. Crypto now with the shot on goal. That punches home. And Drift Queens continue to run up the scoreboard.
That is huge. That is a brilliant play. Lazy Bear just forcing Skill Steal into a difficult place. And the shot from Crypto, a masterclass in placement and power there. Even though there was a defender back, he just couldn't get to it in time. And that is hours of practice to make that 1 moment count. Now, 4 goals to 1. 2.5 minutes effectively for this Bonjour side to come back into it. Drift Queens has worked hard. They have never let it go. They were so desperate in the last dying moments of game number 6, and they've fought to get here. Now they want to just take it home.
You know that this roster, though, over on the side of Bonjour, this is a team that has been able to overcome adversity in the past. They might have scored 4 goals in the first half, but that means that 4 goals and a half is definitely possible. But it's got to start soon. You can't allow for Drift Queens to continue to move this ball forward, touch off the backboard. No one's going to be able to follow it up. But as you can see, part of that's because Crypto had already committed to the rotation back to defense. They're wanting to make sure they can lock things down for these final 2 minutes.
Ball on the blue half now, but fully in control here. Lazy Bear manages to pick that up. Contested by Wilu. Got Skill Steal in the wings. The Fusion does well to take it over the top. Cam with the first touch. Trying to find some space, give his teammates a chance to recover, and the touch from Skill Steal's a bit hard. Still turns into the pass. Wilu picks up 1. The whole team here from Bonjour ready to get involved.
All right, and hold on to your seats, folks, because it looks like they ain't letting up over on that orange side just quite yet. Little less than 2 minutes left, but only down by 2. And Bonjour here going to have to try and find some way to really up this pace, and you're going to have to play fast. We know that's something that tends to favor Drift Queens. Here's going to be a shot on goal. That's far down. Can you punch down the rebound? We lose. Going to at least keep control, but not going to be able to put it into a position where one of our teammates can punch it up. It's going to at least still be left here. Protractor broken out by Weelu, but that sails high.
The shot's just hitting nothing but woodwork right now. Chance after chance going wide by a fraction here for Bonjour. Any of those would have brought them back into it. But 1:20 left on the clock. They're back on defense. Wow. Lazy Bear gonna make it another one. And suddenly Bonjour, where they had all the hopes and dreams starting to sparkle, are starting to suffer with 1:17.
And feed the Bear 2 goals, 2 assists, putting in the work in game number 7 here is Lazy Bear putting on the performance when Drift Queens needed it the most. And it just seems like that timeout blessing continued to work in favor of Drift Queens. They needed to slow the brakes down and be able to basically put themselves back in that position to play fast. And they've done just that these final 2 games. Bonjour has had no response. Here's going to be a goal from Skill Steal, though. Hold on. This ain't over just quite yet.
It's not over just yet. And that is the story of the series. The shot coming out. And I said Crypto's shot earlier was a masterclass in placement. This one, even more powerful into the corner. And he manages to bring it back to 2. 2 goals, 1 minute. Wilu and Cam working it up that left-hand side of the Drift Queens. They don't manage to get too far. Now it's up to Skill Steal. He managed to get the last goal. It's a good pop towards the backboard, but taken care of by Lazy Bear. Wilu and Cam sitting in the back lines. Can they work well together? That's a bit of a breakaway. Fusion's got work to do here. He manages to find it towards Crypto, who sends it rocketing down towards the other side. No touch from Lazy Bear needed. He's going to bring it back to 3. And that, I believe, could be all they wrote for Bonjour.
Yeah, if it wasn't already a nail in the coffin, that's probably it right there. Especially so heartbreaking. You had everyone push forward, trying to make some magic happen in the zone, and instead a big booming clear, which just ends up bouncing right into your own net. Unless you happen to find one off the kickoff here. Nope, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. And now it's going to be, at least for still, Bonjour is going to have to try and make something happen here late, maybe some sort of miracle.
Some sort of miracle is exactly what it's needed. After wrestling themselves back into this contest, they have dwindling time, dwindling hope, and another one by Lazy Bear to threaten the back of the goal lines. Bonjour, one of the SSA teams, one of the few SSA teams still left in here, are going to have to bow out. A valiant attempt from them, an incredible middle of the series to them. But a little bit too much. Drift Queens just having everything in their arsenal to dig into, all the tenacity in the world and the composure to hold it even when their backs were against the wall. An incredible series. What a way to start the day here between these two teams. But it is going to be Drift Queens taking it out in 7.
Drift Queens saying au revoir to Bonjour here in our first game. It took 7 of them things here in this series, but it is Drift Queens who inevitably come out on top and secure their spot into the top 4. Graybeard, I can't help but imagine we're back and forth. How you doing over there, friend?
I was just checking my heart rate monitor, but it was you know what? It was such a good series. Let's not take away from that. Yeah. Absolute heartbreak for Bonjour, but that middle period was fantastic. I mean, they were being hammered in games 1 and 2. It looked like in game 3 they figured things out. They brought out their demo game. They had 6 demos in game 3, and then they figured out the 50s. They were pressing the 50s. It was working so well. But then the timeout brought the magic for Drift Queens. After their timeout, they took it there. But what a great series. And, oh, man, I'm feeling for Bonjour right now. And it is what it is. But well done to Drift Queens. They brought it out. They will move forward to the semifinals. But, man, oh, man, Ultrazim, that must have been quite something to cast.
Man, at every stage there, I was appreciating the skill from both sides. You know, at the end of the day, that's what we're here to see in RLCS. For the people who are SSA fans and diehard, it is hard to watch something like that, but it wasn't Bonjour ever throwing it away. That's what I love to see. They, in the first 2 games, they did struggle, and I have to say, the difference between those 2 first games and the next 2 games was chalk and cheese, day and night at that stage, and that's what I wanted to see. An SSA team who's able to adapt, who's able to overcome, to able to revitalize their mentality and their game style and play their best game. And I think Bonjour did play their best game for most of that series. They just couldn't finish it out at the end. I'm still so proud of that team and very, very respectful of a Drift Queen side who arguably deserved to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I sort of feel like they needed to close it out in game 6, Q. It was, they were on a roll. It was going. They had to finish, and they were ahead. They were ahead, and they could have closed it out. They conceded late. And I think that was the mistake there. They had such momentum, they should have just finished it off.
Yeah, I would be interested to know what like the stats are on going into a game 7 off of a loss and how often you're able to bounce back off of that, right? Because if you're up once you're at that game 5 mark, it feels like it is so imperative that you do pull it off in game 6, because otherwise you give that momentum to the other team, and we all know how big momentum can be in any esport, but especially one like Rocket League.
Okay, cool. Well, the next game is almost lined up and ready to go, so we're going to take a short break and then get back to our second quarterfinal match right after this. Let's go. And what a banger way to get this quarterfinal day underway. A best of 7 going to 7. The only thing we missed, Pyro, was the overtime. It sort of felt and deserved an overtime, surely.
I mean, the series felt like a long overtime. It was an extended matchup. But, you know, if we're asking for one thing, it is tight competition. It is teams having to work for these top 4 spots. So if you want to say one thing about that matchup, that is it. The both teams had to nail it down in Game 7, act in clutch fashion. And, yeah, if you're looking for one team that did it, it was Drift Queens.
And I don't know what we touched on this briefly, Q. Do you have belief in that, in the timeout buff? I think it's sometimes overstated that is a thing, but I mean they turned it right around after that timeout.
I mean, I feel like so often we forget about we talk about the positive side of momentum, but there is a negative side of momentum, right? So if you get that 60 seconds, and you, especially if you have a coach that can step in and be like, boys, we know what we're doing. We just need to take 30 seconds to calm down and get back to, like, especially in this case for Drift Queens, we need to get back to games 1 and 2. We just implement the same game plan. And that's all they did was they got back to playing a little bit faster. They had the confidence. They just started to slowly lose it. And that's where that negative, sort of momentum comes in.
All right, so we turn our attention now after Drift Queens have secured their berth in a semi-final tomorrow. And our next match to decide their opponents is an all-high ping affair. We have Young Money Clan. I think he's invisible rather than not there, I'm not sure. But Young Money Clan up against 77 Blocks. Now, Young Money Clan, we've seen they did very well. Grand finalists in the last qualifier. And then 77 Blocks here, they swept the Drift Queens and beat Bonjour 3-1 and then were beaten. So whose camera's lost? Okay, Q. Okay. All right. So Young Money Clan beat 77 Blocks earlier in Swiss. So this is a rematch. So a bit up and down for them, but a solid team. So your thoughts, Pyro?
Sure. Well, first of all, my thoughts is after covering 2 seasons of SSA RLCS, an English team versus a German team was not what I expected in the top 8, but here we are.
Not on the bingo card.
Not on the bingo card, but here we are, BINGO. This is a rematch, and if you want to talk about comparisons here, you can look at the fact that 77 Blocks, they lost to Young Money Clan. They also lost to a team of Schmongolia, which Young Money Clan beat in Swiss. So when you look at the comparisons, Young Money Clan, they definitely have that upper hand against 77 Blocks, but consider this about the 77 team. They are just slotting in Twinzer to fill in this full German roster, and they're looking better and better as we continue to see them. So I think this is a very much upward trending team of the Germans that could definitely take it against YMC.
All right, well, the chat vote was opened, hashtag 77B, hashtag YMC. And clearly the YMC fans have showed up because they're hammering it out there. Well, they've gone down now from 99% to 94, 95, there or thereabouts. But Q, yesterday, Machtfish was talking about Germans being a bit more passive and patient at the game, which doesn't suit the high ping, but they seem to be figuring that out now.
Yeah, if I remember right, I think I remember kind of talking about 77 Blocks going into that second matchup. We've kind of seen them really kind of start to... Sometimes playing that different style play is just enough to kind of throw off the pace that the opposition's used to playing, right? That little bit of an extra wrench. And when you know and you're able to stick to your game plan, and it seems to have worked for them quite a bit here. I feel like for 77 Blocks, I think the big thing, even when you looked at that last time these two teams faced, it wasn't that far off from going the opposite way when you looked at the results. So I think we're in for a banger of a series here.
All right, well, let's get our predictions in. Pyro J, let's start with you. Throw out your prediction there.
Very well. I think the Young Money Clan have convinced me in their results from Swiss in making grand finals in the last qualifier to win this. I will take Young Money Clan. But again, I do want to say 77 Blocks, this is a team that is upward trending. If they don't take down YMC here in this match today, they will continue to be a very strong matchup against them in the future.
All right, cool. And so, Young Money Clan for Pyro, Q.
That means I'm the one that has to make sure we don't sweep this desk, huh, Pyro?
I guess so.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Oh, that's tough, bro. That's tough. No, I really do think that this 77 block team, I think they do have the things in place. You mentioned they're still kind of a newer piece together as this new roster. I think they're still continuing to trend upwards. You know what? Give me them in an upset. Give me 77B and 7.
That's upsetting, Q, because I was pretty much going to go in that direction. I fully expected you to go with Young Money Clan, and then I wanted to do 77 blocks just for the chaos factor. So you've now pushed me into a corner.
Do it.
No, I can't.
Increase the chaos.
For once in my life, I feel like I got to go with the historical record, some actual logical information, and chat. Well, what we do know, YMC has the fans with 91%. Okay, so I'm gonna go with that 77 blocks to take it, and so there we go. It's not a death sweep, and I think it went to a different way than we might have been expecting. But I do think Young Money Clan remain the favorites here. But let's get this game underway. Over to our casters for this one, Ultrazim and Mers.
So let's see as we head. On SSA teams playing out here in the region, who's going to be able to take this W? Just getting Ultrazim back on the go. Ult, you with us?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm excited to see this because, Young Money Crew has come to be known as like the challengers, the best of the import sides. They're here to even take on the likes of Limitless. And the panel not giving them the favoritism here, but the goals certainly leading their way from our thoughts.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there we go. Already see Young Money on the board. But, best of 7, of course, like we saw in the previous series, the Ultras can go all the way to that Game 7 as well. And I think there's 2 EU teams, Germany versus England. I think it's going to be an absolute doozy.
Yeah, I mean, this is powerful. As the panel alluded to, 77 blocks is one of those unpredictable teams. When they're firing on all cylinders, they look fantastic. They really have that ability to link together. They're facing quite a difficult task right now. A little motion from Young Money Clan, going to be able to pick up this beautiful pass. Rio setting it up so high in the air, even baiting out that he was going to get that extra touch. It forces the defender into a late attempt at the save. He was in the right position, he had all the boost to work with, and the shot was just too clean.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Rio looked like he was about to take Energizer out of the box as well. So just clear that box, make sure Naka taking that shot there. He did get 2 per game yesterday as well, so just the absolute shooter on the front here of Young Money Clan. Gonna see if they're gonna be able to replicate the same. The double coming out here from YMC, and Nugget gets his first goal, game number 1.
Well, the panel seem to think this is going to go to a game number 7. Young Money Clan having no plans to take this past game 4. But I mean, if the last series was anything to go by, the first games, even despite a scoreline, tells nothing of the greater story. For now, though, Young Money Clan just looking dominant. They're controlling the field perfectly. They're linking up together. They're making their touches as cleanly as possible. They're already setting a difficult task ahead for 77.
Yeah, Limitless and Young Money Clan, of course, the 2 teams making a clean sweep yesterday of Swiss. So we can see the SSA, non-SSA teams here fighting to get that number 1 spot, Ultrazim. And right now, YMC, pretty dominant here over 77.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the games that I said was probably not going to be close. I made my predictions, and apparently my success from yesterday, short-lived. I thought Bonjour was going to take that one for series number 1, but this one and the Limitless game is 2 that I thought were pretty well in the bag. So far, it's certainly not disappointing. Little motion, going to pick up a 4th there. They just got such a powerful offense. We haven't even got to see the defense being tested from Young Money.
Yeah, and Rio getting another assist there for Little Motion there off of that left-hand side as well. So 4 to the good right now. 3 minutes remaining here, Ultrazim. I think, game number 1, it's a bit of deja vu from our previous series here, that game 1 and 2, of course, from the Drift Queens coming out pretty hot against Bonjour. Seems that Young Money Clan seem to be doing the same here against 77. And 77 not really unlocking Energizer just yet.
That's the thing, when you get two teams that don't play a lot against each other, it takes some time to figure out the pace, the play style, that when is your opponent going to challenge the ball, or are they going to try and slow it down a little bit? And maybe that's just the case here for 77 Blocks. We did say that this is, of course, a rematch, so they've got at least a little bit of a taste, but there's been a lot of Rocket League action this weekend, and you don't remember every part of it. Although you do pick it up rather quickly when you're of this caliber. A bit of a breakaway there. An attempt from 77 Blocks to make it work. Energizer going to try and reinforce this a little bit more now. Taken out, I believe that's Rio Nuggets rather, trying to find Rio in the center. The pass cut off just in time. Energizer's now got a bit of space. Doesn't have the boost though.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, both these teams. All right, Twinzer. Nice little pass coming out from Twisted as well. Finds that bottom left-hand corner.
Perfect, and you could see the intention there. He even wanted the second little touch, but didn't need it. That perpendicular shot into the wall is one of the best ways, whether you're brand new at Rocket League or one of the pros, that sort of thing. Just far enough away that the defenders can't get to it. You've got a teammate backing you up on that. Always a dangerous position. 77 Blocks show that they've got fight, and they are here to play in this competition.
Yeah, I was going to say, up until that point, Young Money Clan haven't had to make a single save. At the moment, Ultrazim, they still have 0 saves across their whole team as well. And that just kind of shows you, right? 77 Blocks not really able to pressure their backline and defensive third just yet. And Young Money Clan seem to be enjoying. Oh. Okay, well, they're not going to enjoy conceding that goal.
Yeah, again, just a little bit too dominant in the air. This beautiful, nice second touch there. A decent attempt by Little to be able to get that out. The Twins are in a perfect position. Was there for the original pass. Was there to cover up any sort of shenanigans that was coming out. 77 Blocks is here, revitalized back into the series. Just 2 goals behind now after that first half.
Yeah, Twins are 2 for 2 at the moment. Might make it 3. Oh, it's close. And Nucket having to get that saved as well. Energizer also looking to bully in that corner as well. Like this kind of intention coming at you from 77 Blocks. They want to make sure they can close this deficit down, Ultrazim, and it's they're fighting here in the half of Young Money Clan.
And I like the way that 77 Blocks is putting this together, relying on some beautiful air roll control to be able to get the clean hits, getting some good passes, even testing from the halfway though. Rio has to make a good save, comes in with another shot there. Twins and Twister both working their havoc. The names, the tongue twisters, is difficult to deal with as the shots are.
Yeah, looking tough right now. Get into this last minute of regulation. 77 still down here by 1, but Twins are getting a nice demo into Little Motion. Picking up those earlier 2 goals here for Young Money, and now Nucket fighting in this corner. Can you do something with it? Nothing in the tank though, Motion. From that side as well, bullied up by Energizer. Good defense in that corner coming up from 77 Blocks. Twinzer. Can he send it downfield? Nucket will be able to pick this up. Rio also finds a demo there as well onto Energizer. You thought Little Motion will be able to shoot into that bottom left corner though. Still up by 2 though. Holding the ball onto that backboard. Oh, kicked out by Twist. An absolute banger of a save. Rio also trying to take a shot down to Twinzer. Gets kept out as well. Open goals for Little Motion.
Eventually that pressure had to break. The 77 Blocks put in a valiant attempt at defense, but it was that double commit right there that cost them eventually. Staggered in their defensive prowess. Eventually, Young Money Clan don't put a foot wrong. The ball hanging around for just that moment without being cleared. It eventually finds the back of the net. Young Money Clan obviously not changing the outcome of the series, but putting 77 Blocks kind of back in their place after that mid-game resurgence.
Yeah, we saw kind of, how strong the previous start was from Drift Queens, and then Bonjour had that nice little resurgence and comeback. And of course, the same can happen here for 77 Blocks, right? Yeah, you lose by 3 goals, but, you kind of come from that region where there's a lot of depth. You play a lot of high-caliber teams, Ultrazim, and obviously, that's why we see these 2 teams, Young Money Clan and 77 Blocks, just doing so well in the SSA region.
Yeah, and you can see it, the entire scoreboard kind of reflecting Young Money Clan's control over the series. They had the vast majority, 11 shots versus the 5 there of 77 blocks, and 77 blocks having to come out with the saves to match it. Demo's pretty evenly spread between the two sides, and even ball touches. But at the end of the day, it's about the pressure. It's about how much time you could spend in the opposition half, and how much you're forcing them to play on the back foot. And Twins, a valiant attempt from him, coming out with the vast majority for his side of shots, goals, and even some saves to his name. But Young Money Clan just spreading the load a little bit more effectively and coming out there with a well-deserved win.
Yeah, I mean, those 11 shots to 5, right? It says everything when you're also 5 up, 3-goal differential there, Ultras. You know, Young Money Clan, they came out firing. They want to possibly have that final against Limitless again, like we saw in Quals 1. This is where it starts.
Well, that's the big thing, right? The big storyline that overarches all of this. Limitless has gotten one of the 3 qualifiers behind them. If Young Money Clan can come back and win this one, then it opens up everything for qualifier number 3. Young Money Clan doing the first step. You know, they didn't put a foot wrong yesterday. So far today, off 1 game. But this is game number 1. 7 games in total up for grabs. And I mean, we see it all the time. It doesn't paint the full story. And the fact that we saw our other team managing to get forward, the fact that 77 blocks was able to put in goals at all, they are showing that they know what they do and they know what they want to do. You know, we're seeing some very high level mechanics being attempted. Even if they don't get executed perfectly, you're not expecting them to. The little redirects, the good aerial control from both of these sides show that it is still anyone's game. But Young Money Clan wasting no time into an attack in game number 2 and denied out, forcing once more 77 blocks off 1 defensive run of play. Now a second.
Yeah, you know, talk about that kind of aerial prowess, and there's Rio and Little Motion just almost getting the dunk on the 77 there as well. Little Motion coming in for another one. Twinza has to keep that out in 77. Already feeling a little bit of pressure and heat here in the first 30 seconds of game number 2. And Young Money, they want to try to close out this series in 4. You know, Ultrasm, they already got one under the belt, so...
Fine little touches back and forth between the Young Money players there sets things up for a breathtaking moment, shall we say, for the 77 block side, where they had to worry that they had no control over the saves anymore. Young Money back into this after a brief respite. They saw the other side of the field with 77 blocks. It seems like even now, worried about the body checks on the baseline. 2 up for this one. Eventually the third has to make the save. Got a bit of a breakaway now. Twinza gets dispossessed.
Yeah, just kind of when you think you're running the ball all the way up to the goal net, you know, there's Rio just to kind of take that ball off your hands as well. Oh, shot almost from Nugget as well. Twinza had to try to get rid of that one and Twister does find the demo into Little Motion as well. Twinza. Oh, demo in the middle of the air there. Ultrasm, you think you're going to get a dunk on Young Money Clan. They'll blow you up on the ground, on the air, it doesn't matter.
I mean, that's one way to deal with the ping difference, right? Is you can't read where the 50 is going to go. Just make sure it's not a 50. Drop it down easily for your teammates and dispossess your opponents of an entire player. It's certainly a viable strategy. One that we've seen all the teams here this weekend are certainly going towards. Demos abound. Now Twinza again are going to be taken out. It's up to Energizer to work it out the corner. Twister, meanwhile, being taken out as well. Young Money Clan, ruthless so far.
There's an absolute war of attrition coming out here. Young Money Clan, 2 demos on the trot there. Rio up to the ceiling. Can he get this coming down? Twins will be able to pick it up. I'm not surprised no one kind of got taken out of the field. Double tap, Nugget. Okay, under Twister's feet.
Beautiful. It was this jump in the center. That ball straight up was not the clear that they needed. The second touch just couldn't come in. And you can't help but be a sad Twister on the ground there. A little depressed whirlwind, if we want to say that, as he just has to watch that ball come down. Very little you can do there. Young Money Clan, they've been denied for a greater period of time than they were in game number 1, but they do still call first blood.
Yeah, kind of good intentions from Twister, gets it with a pre-jump, and then unfortunately ball snuck under him to get that early goal for Young Money Clan. It's definitely not as crazy as we saw in game number 1.
Still the vast majority here coming out for Young Money. Rio going to go up into the air. He gets a powerful shot in the backboard, but deflected by Energizer. Unfortunately, doesn't find it past the halfway mark. Little Motion up in the air, gets a touch towards the center. Nugget is there. Save forced out. A good one, but more is going to be required. The second one with a flashing ball. Make it a third. Fourth shot comes in. This one a bit wide. and 77 blocks breathe a sigh of relief after a desperate part of defense.
6 saves on the side of 77 blocks. They're Ultras. 6 saves. We saw all of them there in that basically 20 seconds of play. Oh, almost Nugget bringing that down from the backboard as well. Rio! Oh, one more coming up from Energizer. So they're just keeping... they're stuck in that defensive third of their 77 blocks. Not able to get out here against this onslaught coming up from Young Money Clan at the moment. Nugget gonna push it down. Energizer has to squeeze that one out. Little motion is waiting patiently here. Can he pop it up as well? Maybe looking for the double touches. Gonna bring it down for a second, man. Doesn't find any action.
Man, it looks like our team in blue having to live up to their name and make a total of 77 blocks in this game. Once more deflected from the front of the goals. Shot followed up straight away. Finds the backboard. This one gonna go high once more. Young Money Clan have been vicious in their attempts into the air. Their aerial prowess and the speed that they're able to follow up. But a breakaway! Energizer finds a slow ball down the center of the midfield. And while Young Money Clan certainly ambitious in their attempts to come forward, have left their backside completely vacant.
Yeah, huge pinch coming up from Twinza to find Energizer in the mid. I think him and Rio, they caught hands and sent Energizer that beautiful ball. So 1 apiece right now, 1 minute remaining. 77 blocks, they can bring it back. Oh, there it is. Energizer finally getting himself here on the scoreboard.
That's the big thing. You know, your boy loves to say that one of the best defense is a good offense where you keep putting the pressure down the other side. But 77 blocks with able to withstand the storm. Obviously, you got a Twister on your side. You're used to the storms that are having to be endured on your side. Eventually, they find it down to the other side of the field. They manage to pick up 2 goals in quick succession, make it a third. Twinza sneaks it in off the backboard.
Well, Twins are showing us what he did in game number 1 with the 2 goals scored, and now puts in 1 here. Sneaks it around the corner. Nugget not able to come from that back post there, and Young Money Clan are they're feeling a little bit of the pain now.
Man, that makes me feel better because that corner, that thing is treacherous at the best of times. For the first-time players or for the thousands hours players, you're still worried about how that ball's going to bounce, and no one from Young Money Clan able to get up to it. Now again, another period of play. The demo comes out, meaning 77 blocks. Rather deficient in their back line, but Twinza has come back into the fray. He's managed to find it up high. Doesn't bother to chase it, seeing Little Money up for that ball. Little Money finding Rio down on the ground. Neither of them managing to make a breakaway for it just yet. Energizer decides, considering he's backwards, he's not going to try and challenge it initially. Just slows it down, plays the time. With 5 seconds left, it looks like Young Money Clan, for all their best designs, are not going to be able to take this in a sweep.
Not going to be able to take this in a sweep. Definitely not. 77 blocks are coming out to fight. We saw them yesterday, you know, Ultras, and they could take down Drift Queens. They could take down Bonjour. Yes, you know, they lost there to Mongolia, but now they're taking on Young Money Clan. They want to get through to the semi-finals. They want to try and pick up as many points as possible.
What an interesting scoreboard that we have in front of us. Young Money dominating previously and still far ahead in terms of the shots. But the important thing is the conversion rate. 77 blocks with every one of their attempts at goals finding the back of the nets. Meanwhile, on the other side, a huge 17 attempts from YMC. And all of them, bar one, turned aside. And that makes a big difference. You got to still think, though, Young Money Clan seem to be in the greater control of the series as a whole, or at least that last game.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to also check out those 8 saves coming up from 77 blocks as well. Nothing recorded on the side of Young Money Clan. But like you said, that conversion rate and the shooting accuracy is so important because 77 blocks able to just get all of those in the back of the net, Ultras, and very important to make sure you're shooting and they're on target. And that corner you mentioned, right, where Twins are just able to wrap around it and get that very acute goal in. Perfect execution here from 77.
77, you know, they've got composure behind it, and that's one of the big things that we're seeing out of these EU teams right now is their ability to just keep themselves calm. Sometimes you get the little double commits, but they're able to regather. They don't just throw a person at it and they're out of the play. They go to the demo afterwards. They go and get themselves back and they cut the rotations to make sure that they're not taken out of the play. Able to maintain that efficiency means that they've got everything that they need until they get their little breakaway chance. Now another breakaway chance. This one denied a little bit. Twinza still maintains his presence in the upper half. Finds it down towards the center. The shot is there. The save for the crossbar. It's close to tell. At least for Young Money Clan, it's not a goal.
Yeah, so many opportunities coming up for 77, right? Twins are Energizer, Twisted all take a crack at it. Kept out by that fourth defender of Young Money Clans. And almost picked up an early goal and would have been a first for 77 as well. They take another crack there. Oh, Twister. Maybe just sending Twins' ball a little bit awry there. Finds a nice dandy pinch. Rio. Nice Energizer were able to stop that one in its tracks as well. Energizer almost a cutout there by Nuck. A little motion going up for this one. Nothing in the tank to continue in the air. Rio, oh, beaten up by Energizer. It's going back towards the Young Money Clan side. Bit of a nice little stalemate at the moment.
Young Money Clan seems to have taken their foot off the gas a little bit, and I don't know if that's what cost them the previous match, but being a little bit more methodical. In that first game, they came through with so much confidence to be able to just link up together. Now giving some space to 77 blocks. Found a good shot from the halfway line, but the defense, they're not just there to stop the ball in its tracks, but to turn it around. Now a look down the other side, the ball left trickling down after the demo. The reinforcement from Twinza was there, and even him chasing for blood now. This ball ricocheting around the side, and Energizer working with Twister, or maybe even against him. Lost in possession.
Yeah, you mentioned that kind of coolness and calmness from the EU players, right? Even when Twister gets demoed on his net, Twins is able just to kind of recover as that second man, make sure the ball gets punched out, right? And then just no one rushed the play, right? There was kind of just, they kept their heads about them, and, you know, it causes 77 to not concede.
Twister playing patiently in the back line, realizing his third man gives himself the space instead to reinforce this handoff between the players right in front of the net. It trickles up a bit too high, no one able to get it down. It pops up this time, forces two of the Young Money players into the air. This shot's denied out once more. A combination of crossbar and bumper come together to keep Young Money Clans safe for now. Certainly the tides have turned, it seems. They're finding one of their few opportunities. It's still a little motion. Without a clear shot, the ball goes back to that midfield tussle.
Twister just from his own corner. Can he take it the whole way? Oh, almost a little pinch out of the floor there, but let's see, little motion in that corner, having to put it all the way back. Now Twinza. Can we find first blood here in game number 3? 77 blocks, they're definitely inching closer towards it as well. Energizes there in the mid. Nice little pop over. Can he get it past one? Oh, Nucket, they're in the goal box, able to save that one.
Let's emphasize again how difficult it is to react to those late touches on 180 ping. It is a desperate attempt at some stages, but these guys make themselves look like they're in full control. Double 50 there in the center. A good pre-jump. Even that one, a pre-jump save being forced out of the 77 block side. They regather the possession. They're going for the backboard. Little motion going to force it towards the corner. Even gets the pinch up towards the center. A little bit of a breakaway. Twins are going to be the one to claim that. A demo to help them out as well. He takes it high in the air, forcing back the Young Money offensive.
Might just find ourselves in overtime territory as well here, Ultrism, unless one of these teams is going to be able to find the back of the net as well. Close there for Young Money Clan. Twister in the net, having to pop that one out as well. Little motion, almost finding that first goal here on Utopia Coliseum would be incredibly important for Young Money. Rio, not able to get that dunk. Twister, they're off the ball, wants to be able to punt it down. Twister as well, the Energizer. Nice little pop-up, gets over the halfway mark. Nucket, can he take a shot? Nothing hard coming out there from Young Money. Interesting.
That desperate attempt. It was there. They had the opportunity. They had the look at the goal. Now collected by Energizer. He's had to take it wide of the goals. It means that Young Money are going to be able to deal with this rather succinctly. Starting to link things together as well. 38 seconds left on the clock. And this is why the panel had such a difficult decision on how they were going to approach this series and who they were going to give the credit to. They lent eventually the way of 77 blocks. They're almost coming in as the underdogs. The side is holding strong and putting on a valiant attempt. Both sides deadlocked right now as we head towards the final buzzer.
Yeah, only 4 shots here coming up from 77 and about 8 from Young Money Clan, but nothing sticking on either side as well. Might just see an overtime here, and yes, Young Money are going to be able to do something with this last play. Twinza wants to be able to block that out and cut out any opportunities for Young Money to be able to shoot. Little motion, he does have Nucket underfoot, not able to get that ball down. The ball just has to hit the ground now for OT. There we go, overtime, game 3.
This series turning into much closer. I said it previously, I thought our games 2 and 4 for today were going to be the runaways. But the Young Money Clan struggling more than most people expected. right now completely held at bay by their opposition. 77 blocks building from that back line. Have done such a good job of holding steady despite constantly being down on the shot tally. They've been able to push forward with a vengeance, it seems, biding all that energy, fighting back. But now they're worried. Nugget gonna ricochet off the ceiling. The last touch was almost needed there to secure it, but eventually the angle has come to the detriment. And Young Money Clan are going to be back ahead in the series.
Just when you thought that ball wasn't going to cross the goal line there as well, and between Rio and Nugget, they weren't going to be able to score, just finds its way over so slowly. I didn't actually get the speed of that goal at the end, Ultrism, but nonetheless, Young Money Clan, they take that OT and they extend their lead in our series here, 2-1.
Definitely the confidence once more back for Young Money, but I don't think it's the same sort of confidence that you have coming into the series from the beginning or after game number 1. They had to work so hard again and nearly edging on that 10 shots for the Young Money Clan. And I mean, how much more do you have to work when you're facing 8 saves from 77 blocks? It almost feels like Young Money, if they ever lose their lead, are going to be hard pressed to come back into this. 77 blocks still with their timeouts in the backpack. I don't think they're going to need it right now, though. They're certainly not trailing behind. They certainly don't have a lot to figure out. They're putting on their own very viable attempts when they get the opportunities.
I mean, we saw in game number 2 there, right? You talk about 77 blocks taking a lead, and then they had a 3-1 lead, and they held it Ultrism because, again, you put in about 8 saves up to nothing. Young Money Clan don't seem to need to save goals in this series here. But it's working out for them. It's kind of all-out attack, all-out aggression. They're up only by 1 in the series overall. And those saves, they're coming in for 77 blocks, but they also need to try to turn that into offense. And Twinzer has been doing a darn fine job of that.
Yep. Twinzer especially, I have to say, you've hit the nail on the head there. He has been a stalwart in terms of releasing the pressure from their side and then chasing the ball down afterwards, going up those walls, bouncing it awkwardly out of the corner and testing Young Money Clan. But the series continues. Three games down, go to game number 4 with a 2-1 scoreline. Twister gonna have the ball taken away unceremoniously as he waits for it to come down. Young Money Clan once more back into the attack.
Oh, and Rio gets the demo onto Twister as well. They're not able to, pull that off earlier. So the shot, so 0-0 still on our scoreboards here. What can we see coming up from 77? Energizer wants to get up there, almost dispossessed on the midway line. Twister has to now try get rid of Nugget, who's kind of been that, hungry jackal in the front. They almost got the goal for Young Money Clan. Little motion, from the right-hand side. Shot by Nugget. Oh, kept up there by Twinzer. Very close indeed.
Twinzer carries on going now. He and Energizer working that right-hand side as they've done so many times before to try and put pressure down the other side. It's short-lived, unfortunately, for them. They're once more back to their own side of the field. Little motion doesn't want it to go any further, but he's denied out. Energizer finds a pass towards the center. It's a little bit too far forward for his teammates to reach. They're in a difficult position now. The pre-jump has to come out there. Twins are still holding that baseline. The ricochet off the backboard turned aside. Young Money once more poking and prodding. We've seen how many times this team has cracked under the pressure before. An awkward maneuver from Nugget there opens it up, and Twister makes it count.
Yeah, nice little assist coming up from Energize as well. Gets the perfect read off the wall. Yeah, able to beat that last man. Pop down for Twister. Straight down the middle as well. Young Money Clan, no one's home. 77 blocks that finally get that first goal that they need. And as you mentioned earlier, Ultras and the saves kind of are so great on the side of 77 blocks. If they do get a lead like this, maybe one more goal, they can just hold off Young Money Clan.
Young Money straight away back into the attack. The second shot going to go wide. No one home there. And all he needed was a couple of angles behind him. This one, unfortunately, too obtuse for him to profit off. Young Money Clan now back into the attack, trying from a different angle. This one denied out by Twister, sent rocketing towards the side. A little bit too far away from them, and so Nugget gets something on it. But he's done the work at least to find his teammates reinforcing him here. Demo goes the other way. Twinzer has done so much work in the defense, only manages to get it past one. Eventually, little motion with the musty flick up on the bar.
Oh.
Saved out there. Ricochets. It's enough to keep 77 blocks in the lead.
Yeah, and what a save, says Rio in little motion. That was so incredibly close. The 77 blocks felt that pressure applied by Young Money Clan, but kept at bay. Energizer now. They still has to keep this onslaught at bay. Twister Nugget pushes it out, just wants to hold back onto the possession there, but we're to see Twister fighting tooth and nail, try not get this ball and try get an equalizing shot. A little motion, doesn't find the cleanest pinch down the side of the wall, but does get Nugget, does get Rio as well. Twister keeps that one out, nice little early charge, keeps Young Money Clan there at bay. Ball down to the blue half again. Twister, he's going to find Twins on the wall almost.
Yeah, Twinzer was in the perfect position. The vision was clear for 77 blocks. Unfortunately, not able to link it together. They've got to do something else now. Denied in their first attempt, rolling the ball towards his back of his side of the field. Musty comes out. Twister at least finding an opportunity, but it's denied. A little redirect attempt from Little Motion turns the shot wide to the side. With a valiant attempt, nearly even turns it into a bit of a passing play. They're back into it once more. Twinzer off the wall. Just turn it towards the corner. Even tries to beat out one more, but Nugget just too big. Muscles it towards the net. Now it's up to Twister to try to get it a long way with the control to follow it up afterwards.
2 savior medals here on the side of 77 blocks. Twister with 7, Twinzer with 3 there. Absolute stalwart defense, as you would say, Ultrism here coming up from 77. They are just holding off this Young Money Clan. It is incredible to see. One to the good right now. Nugget wants to take a shot, doesn't find the double, gets kept up there again. Little motion, what can you do as well? Is there a second man coming in mid? It is! It's going to be Nugget. He finds the back of the board for Young Money Clan.
Oh, this late little second touch by a Little Motion. Rolls it up there. You can see Energizer starting to charge ahead. He thought that Little Motion had lost control of the ball. It was his time to clear. And Young Money, I said that they were going to be hard pressed if they did ever go down to come back. It's taken them 4 minutes, but they found it. They found the one goal that 77 blocks had in their back pockets. And it's now up to an even game. Can 77 blocks do anything more? Can they find a second bite at the apple? He's taking it high. He's taking a shot. The shot was good. The second even better. Twinzer finds the bounce.
Oh my goodness, you'd love to see it. 77 blocks. They just will not give up at all. Twister takes a shot, and Twinzer finds him on the rebound. Gets the bump up for 77 blocks. 44 seconds remaining in Ultrism. It's absolutely keeping us on the edge of our seats. Poor Greybeard. And we would hate to know what that hot red monitor's doing. Oh, Twister, you beaut.
Well, that's going to settle a couple of nerves on the field, at least for the 77 block side. They were so hard pressed to keep control of this lead for so long. Now they've made it more comfortable. A high bounce comes out there. Twinzer and Twister, once more, a formidable duo. And when one denied by the Young Money Clan, the second always there to rally up and put it home. They've got themselves a 3-1 lead. 30 seconds left on the clock. And Young Money, they spend so long trying to find the back of the net in every period of play. Can they do it twice now in the dying moments, or are we going to an even series?
Yeah, Twister casually sitting, almost breaking 1,000. Also has 8 saves to his name as well. Energizer finds that bottom right-hand corner. Oh, goodness. 77 blocks you beat. Well, your boy Q did say on the panel he's looking for that Game 7.
At Game 7, it seems to be going that way. And so far, the entire day, we've got all the Rocket League action that we can bring you. And we're getting our money's worth from every one of these squads here. I cannot believe we're going to another series that's going to be locked up like this at 2 apiece. But both sides now, a little bit of a life in their backpacks if they need it. Wonder now, is any team going to rely on that wonderful little timeout buff that's become so prevalent, at least in the first series? 77 blocks, man. So I don't think they're going to need to talk about too much. They're more happy, I would say, with this result than any of their stats so far.
Yeah, they came absolutely firing out there as well. Look at that. Twister, so close to almost breaking 1,000. 8 saves, 4 shots. But Nugget, right? 10
Nugget,
shots,
10
the
shots?
Ultrism. Exactly. I mean, come on. Did none of those stick?
That is insane, actually. I know that there were at least 2 or 3 that came off some woodwork and left splinters behind them. But I mean, the team as a whole verging on 20 there. 19 shots, and you only come up with a single prize behind that. That is an incredible defense there. I mean, Nugget had as many shots as Energizer had ball touches. That is the sort of... I mean, Nugget had more shots than he had ball touches. I don't know how that works. But eventually...
I know, I love it.
Oh, these are squads that are breaking physics in every man.
I mean, Ultras, I'm sitting there in the green room with Pyro J, and Pyro J says, yeah, just watch Muzz. 77 blocks, low-key. They're going to be able to do something. Oh, of course, me, big non-believer, Young Money Clan, they played in the finals versus Limitless. Now I'm like, oh, Pyro J is pretty smart, man. 77 blocks is cooking.
It comes down to, again, that on and off switch that they seem to have. That first game, they seem to be lagging a bit behind, just trying to find a solution for what Young Money Clan had in the bank. And yet now they're firing. Now they've got everything under control. They've got the defense locked down. Everything. You can sit and do shooting practice day after day. These guys have been in the training packs for goalkeepers. They've got that all-star down pat 100% with their eyes closed. My goodness. And yet when they go on their offensive, they just link up with whatever duo they select. Twinza and Twister, Twinza and Energizer, Twister and everyone just comes to the fore. We haven't seen a lot of three-man plays being forced out of 77 blocks, but that's because they don't need it just yet. Now they've got the momentum behind them. Is this game going to go back to one apiece in terms of the series score?
I mean, it's crazy, right? Here we are, game number 5, right? Your boy Q getting close to that game 7 is absolutely frothing at the mouth, I'm sure. Rio up in the air. What can you do with this? Energizer finds the demo there as well. Rio has to go up. Doesn't have any beans in the tank, though, to carry on. Little motion. Maybe he's going to take a stab. Twister punts that out.
Punts it out. Nugget now taking the defensive role, considering his offensive prowess in the previous match. He has to let it drop down, but he's got the teammates to go with him. Twinza pops it out high. Difficult shot for Young Money Clan to do anything with it. Only finds the backboard, but Twister up there for it. Manages to even claim a demo on the way out of this. Nugget with work to do. Pops it towards the side. Can't get to it in time, but at least the 50 is there to maintain some sort of decorum in the back line. The pass is too good, though. The pass is perfect.
My goodness, listen, Ultras, and the pass was an 11 out of 10, can I tell you? Twister's waiting there, says this net is wide open, give me the ball, sends it downfield. We know what happened last time 77 blocks were leading, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, they held for nearly 4 minutes, Young Money Clan, without managing to score one for themselves. Young Money Clan, every time they come forward, they look potent, but the wind is just taken out of their sails, it feels like. And now, once more, back into the attack. They've got a shot towards a goal, and the redirect was there. It set it up. And despite 77 blocks and everyone home, no one able to clear it out. And the ball just left waiting.
Also, when, little motion, it just, I feel a bit sad from that. He could have got a nice little bicycle kick into the back of the net there as well. Ball was hardly over, about 2/3 over the line. And then, got the assist instead of the goal shot there. So we've got an equal game right now. Nugget as well, looking for the dunk. Okay, gets past 2 defenders as well.
Nugget has had enough of being denied on the baseline. It took him 10 shots in the previous match, but now he's back and he's making these shots count. Young Money Clan struggled to find anything considering the stalwart nature of 77 blocks previously. Now 77 blocks, the defense picked apart. Is this a signal that Young Money Clan finally has their number?
Definitely. Little motion. What can Young Money Clan do to try close out this series in emphatic fashion? Energizer back to Nugget. Twister looking to try replicate that game 4 and get 8 saves again. Well, we'll have to see. Rio wants to take a shot on that double commit from 77, but they are able to send that ball way downfield. Little motion. Nugget with the pick up there as well. Does he have a second man in the midfield? He's got a little motion. Overcooked that a bit. Okay, didn't overcook that at all. Just squeezed it in the right-hand side, the Ultras.
Oh, this potent duo in the front line of Little Motion and Nugget. They're able to find everything together. That ball with the little deflect got the pace to skitter across the goals, and yet still he manages to get up for it. Confirms the 3rd for YMC. And Nugget looking to even make it a 4th straight away off the kickoff. Denied by the corner post.
I mean, you can't take 10 shots and only have 1 goal, right? Nugget says, I'm absolutely tired of that nonsense.
Yeah, I would have had enough of that as well. I mean, 10 shots for me, I don't think I've ever registered 10 shots in a game. To be denied for that long has caused a fire to come out there. And you know what happens when you get a fire and a nugget? It turns into an ingot. It shines brilliantly, and he gets the goal.
Oof. Big pinch there, Little Motion. Not going to be on the end of that one this time around, though. They are up by 2, so that's okay. Energizer finds that more little pinch. Nabs the 100 as well in the corner. Good job with the boost steal. Energizer, Rio gets over 1. Just Just a little pop onto Energizer's head. Rio's fighting this one. Does nab the 100. Gets the rebuttal there. Nugget with a shot though. Kept out. Twizzler down. Past one. Little bump in the air on little motion as well. Can we see something coming out here from 77 blocks? Dispossessed. Twins are underfoot. Little double toucher. Maybe Ultrism. Nothing coming from 77.
Yeah, they have been denied every opportunity for the longest period of play right now. Have barely looked at the opposition goal. Once more forced onto the defensive line. Now they got a little bit of a breakaway. Twins and Twister getting in each other's way a little bit. Nice for the upside down touch. Won't get anything. Young Money just too good at maintaining the possession. Now they come towards the center. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Forces Nugget to take it back to his own corner, but he just regathers his boost, maintains his composure, takes it through the air, looks for the flip reset, forces the save out of Energizer.
Getting down to the very, very business end here, Ultrism. 77 blocks need to be able to gather and muster something up right now. They do find that quick demo onto Nugget though. It's going to be enough as well. Little motion going up in there. Wants to try add a fourth here for Young Money Clan as well. Nugget coming in, doesn't have boost though, but trying to push that one forward. Rio maybe takes a stab as well. Rio, all right, finds that left-hand corner.
Yeah, he's tired of watching his teammates get all the glory right now. The little bump in the back line there leaves the trickling ball. And Rio, with basically an open training pack there, puts it perfectly, makes absolutely no mistake, sees the defender coming in and goes, I've got this in the bag. Some of the hardest shots that every Rocket League player will tell you is those open nets. But he knows what he's doing, and he does it with the clock.
Still a little bit of time left on the clock here. Maybe 77 blocks is going to be able to, dig deep, get that grit and resilience and bring it back. Energizer gets over one. He's got Twinzer underfoot though. Beats out little motion, or not enough to score, however. He does have Twister. Twister can't take the shot. The little motion keeps it out though. Now Young Money Clan's turn to be in defense and have some dandy saves, in their kind of defensive third. Twinzer able to take a shot there as well. Energizer is going to find that demo though. I don't think there's going to be enough time here for 77 blocks because there's just too much going on and too little shooting.
I mean, dude, you said that there was still a chance at 45 seconds, and I thought that was optimistic. Now it would take an absolute miracle.
An absolute miracle.
Absolute miracle. I don't think that this is possible anymore. And so our series continues on its pendulum swing. 77 blocks with all the confidence after game number 4. Going to have to worry and think about what they need to do. Unfortunately for them, they only have one more life in this. They cannot afford to drop another game. And Young Money Clan keep it going. Are we still going to see the game 7? If history has anything to say about it, that's where we're going.
Back-to-back game 7s. I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way, right? This is day 2, Quals number 2, SSA, Sub-Saharan Africa, as Greybeard says, the greatest tourist destination. We have to go the whole way, Ultrism.
We have to, right? Although the scoreline there reflecting our game number 1, a vast majority of everything on the board, it seemed, for Young Money Clan, where it counts, the saves being forced out, just only 2 from 77 blocks. The biggest change from their previous series. They were not able to hold that back line as stalwart as they were, instead going for a much more physical gameplay, trying to open up something there with their 5 demos. Their boost steals, but eventually it just came to naught. It doesn't matter how much you deny your opponents. When they've got control of the ball like that, they're going to keep hammering at the door.
Yeah, I think just it's the small chinks in the armor for 77 blocks, right? They've just been putting up so many saves, Ultrism, that sometimes, when do you get weary? When do you get tired? And now, as we head towards match point for Young Money Clan, 77 blocks have to put up another 5 minutes of you can't give up. You can't, let any chinks in the armor appear. Because Young Money Clan, we know they're going to come in firing, right? If Nugget is putting 10 shots on and he doesn't score, imagine when he is on fire.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that we have learnt about these EU sides, though, they are tenacious.
Yes.
They are not giving up at any moments. They are there to fight until the bitter end. 77 blocks has got the confidence behind them that they know, listen, we can take a game, and we can take a game comfortably against these oppositions. We can make the saves, but it doesn't help when you start like that. Once more, we see little motion, this time assisted by Rio, managing to get this. What a pass off the backboard. Leaves everyone facing the wrong direction. And despite the valiant jumps from 77 blocks, they were nowhere close to getting near that.
Yeah, great goal there off the kickoff as well. Rio with a little punt into the mid to help out his second man. And so Young Money Clan already up by 1 year early on. Might be another one. Nugget, he's going to find it from the left-hand side there as well. Young Money Clan up by 2 in such quick succession.
Yeah, this is an own goal. What a devastating moment, chat. Actually, it's a pool shot. Twinza, the victim of some friendly fire there, gets taken. Rio calculated the whole way, gets up the backside of his opponent and utilizes him as a pure tool to secure his team a second goal. Now they're starting to flow. Now they're starting to cook with fire. As South Africa knows so well, cooking with fire, you can get burned all too easily.
Yeah, Young Money Clan seeming to enter in that flow state at the moment now. Things just clicking and working so naturally for them here. Rio finds a little motion on the wall. He's going to be able to take a shot on. Doesn't manage to get that in the top of the net, but it would have been so nice. Twinza keeps it out as well. Whoa, almost a loose ball there. Energizer has to keep that as well. Nugget. Demo there onto Twister. They're just applying that pressure we saw in game number 1, where Young Money Clan was so physical against 77 blocks. They seem to be pulling it out again.
Yeah, they need to. They need to do something right now because, like you said, Young Money is looking to be in that flow state. They've got the ideas down. They know where their teammates are, and they're actively looking for them. They're pulling out the advanced mechanics. That Musty was a great attempt, the right shot, but just didn't make all the connection that he needed to. Now, Rio comes off the wall a little too early, but backed up by Little Motion. He's got a long attempt down to the other side of the field. Energizer going to pick this up, but he's got 3 players right in his way, and he cannot get too far. Instead, they decide to take it down to the other side of the field. Twister gets a nice little pop. Energizer going to get another touch on it, but it puts it straight into the hands of Little Motion. Miss there, comes out. It gives Little Motion the space that he needs. Can he get around the corner? No. He's got teammates who are looking to do it. Energizer doing all the work in the world, though, to keep this popping towards the center. Twinza up for the shot, but denied out.
Yeah, just a couple more pixels to the side, then we'd find 77 blocks within 1 here against Young Money Clan. It just seems to be nervy at the moment for this team. Nugget up. Can he get another shot though? Doesn't find the double Twister now. Oh, they can't run it out from their own corner there because Rio is already there to claim that ball. It's going to come down there. Energizer off of the backboard. He's got to be able to close out Young Money Clan. This ball's all going to go down here to Rio's hands, and Rio there was just waiting so patiently for that ball. There seems to be kind of no rush and no stress here felt by Young Money.
Twister now tries for the high ball, but Little Motion takes it long. Energizer forced to pinch it out of his side of the net. And Money still hanging around. The demo attempt was there, but Energizer seeking safety in the corner manages to avoid that. Keeps possession for his side. A nice little one touch over one. Twister now harassed in the back line there, assaulted by Little Motion. Opens things up. Rio takes a high shot. He had beaten the man, but unfortunately, once more, it's the geography of the map that causes the detriment. Still, 77 blocks, unable to answer the 2 early goals from Young Money. Now can they get one more attempt? Twister manages to at least find it, but the doink out from Little Motion sends it up high, and Nuggets going to be able to go through even without the boost.
Yeah, and just Twister finding that quick demo there onto Young Money, but it's not going to help them out too much. Energizer wants to be able to hold on to this ball. Play kind of getting slowed down a bit here, but 77 blocks maybe need a bit more urgency. Down by 2 Ultrism here, and they don't seem to be, anywhere close to the defensive third of Young Money Clan. As Young Money Clan just holding on to this ball, playing keep away. Oh, load of motion, almost looked for the dunk there. Second man, Twins are keeping that one out, but just that pressure being applied here by Young Money Clan.
Yep, 77 blocks where we've been praising the defenses the entirety of this series. Starting to look a little bit scrabbled right now. Have to force a double commit into that just to get a body in the way, or car in the way, if you will, this stage. Every time they go forward, it seems to be short-lived. They're desperately throwing the ball and then trying to chase it down, whereas Young Money is still so composed right now. They're always methodical, always looking for a teammate, rotating beautifully, controlling this halfway. High up in the air now, 77 blocks, going to send it down, but immediately returned with potency and power. Twister trying for some creation. Denied down to the side. Even their best mechanics finding no purchase.
Yeah, and we're down here to this business and a little motion. He's going to drive the nail in the coffin here, I think. Ultrism. 3 goals to the good. 40 seconds remain. Match point as well for Young Money Clan. It might just be over for the German outfit.
Yeah, and this is why Young Money came in as the favorites in this series. 77 blocks with a stellar performance to hold it as long as they did. But they constantly seem to be fighting and slipping, scrabbling at a crumbling surface underneath them. They found some purchase and then it was wrenched out from underneath them. And this game is certainly no way for them. It just was that inexorable descent into madness. And the Young Money Clan, every one of those goals that they were denied in previous games, coming through as It's just a stored up energy. Twister going to bring it back by 1. Oh, where is the copium now, Muzz?
Oh my goodness, yeah, the copium. All right, well, 16 seconds for 2 goals. Maybe a nice little fast kickoff goal for 77 blocks is going to work wonders. If, we see that being allowed by Young Money Clan. 2-goal differential right now. This kickoff could mean the world for 77 blocks. Won there by Energizer. Rio goes up in defense. Just still Energizer on the ball. 10 seconds remain. Can they do something with it yet? Twister. He's going to go up. Ball's going to be loose. No possession for 77 blocks. That should be the series. That's the game. Oh, almost a goal there as well. Just the boot.
Oh, that would have just added insult to injury. But YMC, the stalwarts of the European outfit, coming through and proving why they belong here at the top. They've secured themselves their position in that semi-finals with a convincing 4-2 victory. It looked like we were going to get that Game 7. But there, the story gets told time and time again. YMC with a majority of shots, 16 in this match versus the 3 of 77 blocks. The goals to follow this time, and deservedly so. The linking together between the side was phenomenal, and they just know what pressure is all about.
Yeah, they just absolutely put it down there onto 77 blocks as well. Just as we mentioned, how many saves is too many, right, Ultrasm? Because, you can be 77 blocks, you can be in defense the whole entire time, but eventually just going to become so fatigued and weary with that onslaught coming up from Young Money.
Yeah, Greybeard, welcome back.
Thank you very much. And it seemed to me it's a tough thing because for large portions of that series, it seemed like 77 were going toe-to-toe with Young Money Clan. But the problem is once they went behind, it was a bit of a struggle. And they were chasing that series the whole time. It was Young Money Clan winning, then they won, then YMC, and so it went. And never being able to kind of push ahead and get a series ahead. And maybe that overtime in game, I think it was game 3, which just pushed them ahead. And it was just a struggle for them from there. But having said that, we're having some great series in Regional 1. It was one game of 4-2, and then the rest was sweet. So we've had a 7-gamer, we've had a 6-gamer. Ultrasm, it's turning out to be a pretty awesome final Saturday.
I mean, this is what we want, though, right? One of the big storylines for this weekend is we want people to get better. These European teams are here to try their hand against teams, and even they are being pushed by their oppositions. The South African outfit is being pushed toe-to-toe. I want to see games that go this distance because it means that the guys are getting as much exposure as possible to everything. The quality of the goals that we're getting to see that are being forced out by so many of these sides is impeccable. We're seeing the musty flicks come in. The number of backboard redirects and double touches that we've seen has been fantastic. It's not just wishy-washy, open goals, bad rotations. The demos that have come out, even in this game, have proved pivotal. And it's every one of those things. I feel the more exposure that any team gets to this diversity of playstyle, the better every single person on the pitch becomes.
All right, well, what that means is we have our first semi-final matchup locked in, and it's a pretty delicious-looking one. Young Money Clan versus Drift Queens. That is going to be a series to watch. That coming up tomorrow, of course. Driver of the day is open. acgl.gg/vote. Go and vote for your driver of the day. Who is the player that's had the most impact in their series throughout the day? You can start voting now. Of course, we've still got 2 quarterfinals to go, so it might be determined by what happens in those series, but you can go start voting right now. And we are now halfway through the day. 2 quarterfinals done and dusted. 2 more to come to decide the other side of the bracket. And the first of those, Shmongolia versus Strathclyde, coming up. halfway through the day, 4 quarterfinals to get through, 2 done and dusted. It means we have our first semi-final. And sorry, Q, I was going to ask you this question. Watching from the sidelines of it all, that was an enjoyable series. I mean, you saw the struggle of 77 to keep up. Overall, as Ultraman pointed out, the level of play, overall, very entertaining and a very a worthy quarterfinal matchup.
1,000%. I think it gave us exactly what we were looking for. You know, the faster pace play from Young Money Clan and that little bit of slower, able to still kind of be precise and efficient with their time from 77 blocks as well. We've had a great start to our broadcast so far. I feel like yesterday we had a couple of sweeps kind of early on. Today we've had 2 almost go the distance. What a better way to start off the quarterfinals.
Well, we had 18 games in the last final in Qualifier 1. So far, we're on, what are we on? 13 after halfway. So that bodes well for a long Saturday. Ultrazum, I have a question for you. I mean, I think we're reaching a point of equilibrium mentally about this new rule, the cross-region thing, and kind of coming to terms with it. But seeing, what do you feel is the issue? Because teams like Bonjour should be doing better. White Rabbit Gaming, Oculus, even these teams should be doing better here. And I feel like mechanically we're not that far off. Do you believe there's a mental thing, or where do you believe our improvement sits?
You are certainly asking a difficult question there, and I don't know if it comes down to a single factor at the end of the day. I think every team has their strengths and weaknesses, but I think what these European sides are bringing is diversity. They're bringing a lot of different styles of play. You know, the South African outfit in general has been very reliant on good pressure. You know, we bring in. And then a team like Limitless, a team like Bonjour has always been able to bring in pressure in different ways. They're able to bring in different mechanics, but the core gameplay is still the same. We crowd you out, we make sure that you can't get the ball clear, and then we just hammer you time and time again. These guys are able to control the backboard a little bit better. These guys are able to make a little bit of a breakaway, or their linking passes on their clears are a little bit higher quality than we are typically used to. Our offense is very strong, but you can see even like a team like Bonjour this weekend has been struggling in defense, and that's the difference. Once we are pushed back a little bit harder than we're used to, we don't really know what to do. And for every team, they've got to figure out how to get that composure, how to get that structure, how to deal with a team that's able to bring pressure, as well as every South African team they've ever faced. But also, I mean, 77 blocks is a prime example of this, able to deal when you get down to the other side of the field. You need to add 1 or 2 new tricks to your roster that would obviously work against an SA team, but would also work against teams from the EU who've seen it 100 times.
Well, a difficult question indeed, and well handled, well answered. Thought I'd throw that in the middle there. And at some point, I wouldn't mind having a conversation. I'd love to see some mix-up teams, some EU players with local SSA players. I think that's a dynamic we haven't got to see yet. And maybe we'll see more of that over in the next bracket. I beg your pardon, in the next major. But for now, there's an update on the bracket. Young Money Clan will be playing Drift Queens tomorrow, and I do think that is going to be an epic matchup. All right, so we have 2 more semi-finals to get through. Our next one, Mongolia up against Strazkibity. Strazkibity didn't play in the first qualifier, so this is their first. They make it top 8, looking pretty strong. But Mongolia, after their takedown of 77 blocks, should have themselves a good time here, Q, against the Strazkibity team.
Yeah, I feel like the one player that I'm definitely going to be looking forward to the most from this Mongolia roster is Guns, but you can have Guns joining, 2 players that we've seen quite a bit in the region in the past as well, between Wordy and Snoozy. I feel like this is definitely a team that I think a lot of people are going to be very excited about, but I mean, don't sleep on the Italians over on that other roster as well. I mean, Strazkibity have looked pretty solid so far during the qualifier here.
Yeah, the Italian-English mix-up there, but to add on Ultrasim to what Q's just said, Guns and Snoozy represent for me the newer guard of the league in the region. Worty, a stalwart, solid player, went to Worlds last year. has been an absolute fixture in our region. But we love really see Smithy Guns connecting up.
Well, that's the thing. I couldn't have asked for them to have a better person than Werty as the third on their team, because he's going to be able to pass down so much. This is one of our wisest players. He knows the game. He understands it in such a good way. And then to be able to pass that down. Snoozy and Guns, you can see, have got a passion for this game. They've ground their mechanics up to a huge standard, and they're able to do so many good things already. When they can start now combining that with what we're trying to do as a unit, this is a team that I'm very excited for in the future. And this is actually the matchup that I was most excited for out of the entire day. I think Mongolia as a whole, despite their wonderful name, I'm very sad I'm not casting this game just to say Mongolia as much as I can. But this is a team that I genuinely believe, like you say, reflects the future of what RLCS in SSA means.
Well, Muzz and Pyro will get to say fully as much as they can. So that'll be some fun and games.
The EU has no idea what gift they've given us right now.
And we'll quickly slide past that. All right, so let's, as we look forward to this, obviously, I mean, Mongolia, they had a rough start. Guns was having trouble with these. They got off to a start. It was a bit distracting, and they did make their way through. I loved their performance against 73, and really excited to see them out today. But I guess the chat vote is open. Hashtag SAI for Stratstivity and hashtag SHM for Mongolia. But while chat are making up their minds and deciding what they want to do, Q, how are you feeling about this matchup, and what's your call?
It's tough, right? Because I feel like this is one that could potentially be one of those coin flip sort of matchups in the end. I do think it's should be rather close. I would really, really like to see Mongolia, I think, pull this out. But Stratstivity looked so good, I think, so far earlier too. It's tough. I want to, with my heart, obviously stay within the region, but I think my head is telling me that Stratstivity is going to be able to play just a little bit quicker of a game. And I think I'm going to have to lean their way, and probably in 6.
All right, so Stratstivity and Ultrasm.
Yeah, I think that Q has got a really good sense of that right now. These are young players here from SSA. We don't know how much they've got. They've only got one of their 3 players who really has international experience, but I still want to, from my heart. You know, my predictions are currently, I lost it from game number 1. I lost my streak, so it doesn't matter now. I've lost my beautiful talent, apparently. But I still really wish we had gotten to see that first game from Stratstivity yesterday. They had to forfeit.
Yeah.
Young Money Crew would have been the ultimate benchmark to see how good these guys really were, and we missed that. And so now they are still very much an unknown. I love the players from Mongolia, so I'm going to go just from a pure patriotic standpoint. Mongolia is good players ready here to play for their biggest title.
Now you push me into a difficult position again. I should have I got to go first with these predictions. However, having said that, though, I mean, I'm at 100%. 100% failure rate on my predictions. So it's, I don't know. It almost seems irrelevant, but absolutely, Stratstivity look really, really good. These are great players, and I do think they speak into this as favorites. But I know these players. I love Guns. I love Snoozy. I've been for a long time, and I so for that reason, I want them to occasion and find the way through it. So I'm going to go with Mongolia. Will be my call.
First us, my friend.
But you know what? It doesn't work the other way. You can't go the other way just to change things. But let's get into this. Let's see who gets it done next. A quarterfinal match. Hope to our casters, Muzz and Pyro.
Stratstivity and Mongolia. 2 names, Muzz, that I've had to repeat a couple times to make sure that I get right, but we better know their names. 2 powerhouse squads that are taking it to each other to play a potential Limitless in the semifinals. Let's get to the best of 7.
Yeah, I suppose the heartbreak city comes if Mongolia happens to get the win. Yeah, then they face Limitless, of course, in a single elim, they Pirate J, and then wouldn't that be maybe a sad day for SSA? But that's much, further down the line, right?
It is indeed, but on the goal line is already the ball. We're getting off to a hot start here. It's Mongolia trying to get that initial lead. When you look at this team of Mongolia, when you look at their record so far in RLCS SSA of this season, plus their only losses go to Young Money Clan and Limitless, the top two teams right now ranked in the scene. So you got to think they're the potential number 3 of this region.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Mongolia also took that victory off of 77 blocks, right? And we saw 77 blocks now, you know, giving it to Young Money Clan as well, and, you know, making that a tight series. And so this outfit you have Snoozy, Guns, and Wort is incredibly strong there. Jelly almost finding that bottom right-hand corner, getting kept out of bay. Yeah, so Mongolia can definitely do it, right? They just need to be able to bring their best on the day, and that's what anyone can ask for.
Bringing their best is no doubt, especially when we look at these long series of best of 7. We've seen plenty of teams not be on the right foot at the start of the series. I think our very first best of 7, there was one team that got outscored like 11 goals to none, but then came back in the next 3 games. So getting off to the right foot is definitely where you want to be. And Mongolia doing their best at that with this initial possession. Already forcing 2 defenders on the ball right now. They're trying to work it around the corner, but Skibbity being stalwart.
Yeah, Guns and Worty both taking a shot in quick succession as well. Worty finds the back of the net through Guns. 1-up Mongolia.
There it is. They finally break through the corner. Guns says, forget about it. I don't want to take it around the corner anymore. I want a clean midfield pass out to Worty. First goal, Mongolia.
It was bound to happen as well, right? We saw the shot from Guns got kept out. We saw the 2 shots from Worty got kept out. And so Mongolia was just bound to get into the back of that net of Skibbity. And so 1 to the good right now. What can this Italian outfit do here? We know they come from a gifted region.
Yeah, we talk more about this Skibbity team for sure. I mean, they've got momentum moving into the quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they went 3-1 in Swiss, but that one loss was actually a forfeit loss. The next 3 games they won in quick succession. So you got to think there's some momentum for them, but none of it has shown its case yet in this game. Worty, a dagger for the second goal.
Yeah, Guns causing a lot of trouble with that triple commit. They're coming out from stress, and so Snoozy finds an assist, sets up Worty. Beautiful shot there from Mongolia. 2 to the good right now, almost at halftime. Pyro, game number 1, looking pretty good.
Pretty good for one team, that's for sure. Skibbity, though, off the kickoff, trying to get their footing, getting that first goal is appearing out to be a bit harder than they want it to be. Guns, though, a player who may just be that offensive powerhouse for this team, leads the team in goals and shots, almost coming away with the 3rd.
Skibbity, try get you out of their own half right now. Jelly having an opportunity to do so. Snoozy, though, sets up assist from that right-hand side. May be able to do so again. Over 1. Guns, though. Oh, man, an open net goes awry here for Mongolia.
All that work, all that fake, and that passing for this.
Oh.
For this. Oh, we've seen so many mistakes get punished. But for it to be like this, that's tough.
Yeah, coast to coast here for Skibbity, Pyro J. Just when you think Guns was going to make it 3, a little bit of a soft whiff there, and Skibbity put themselves on the scoreboard.
Got to be able to react quickly, and if you miss on your mark, it can be doomsday for you. So first goal found by Skibbity, coming close to that second. Where he kicks it high, picks up boost here. Gets beat to the ball by Jelly. He's around the corner. Guns now. A long clear. That doesn't even touch the ceiling. Well placed there to get as much distance on the clear as they can. Worty. No corner boost available. They have to work with their half tank. Jelly. Oh, working back here. Had to react quickly on the half flip. Manages to do so. Side flip to the midfield. And Guns wants to take possession back.
Yeah, close there. Wants to try redeem himself from that earlier shot and miss. Jelly. Guns almost getting the dunk there as well. Jelly has to poke that one out from the post as well. Worty and Guns fighting now in this defensive third year of Skibbity. Snoozy takes a shot on there. Tolly keeps it out.
You're still seeing moments here of Skibbity forcing 2 defenders on the play. There's moments where the comms or the cohesion is just breaking apart, and Mongolia are keen to make them pay for those moments, but coming away with that possession, Mongolia, Skibbity trying to turn this around. Guns pre-flipping, flip reset, double tap, put it down on him, Guns, lay it on.
Oh my goodness. And I think, was it your boy Q saying on the panel he wants to see guns cooks? Well, this little double tap there was absolutely excellent here coming out from the young Shmongolia player there. Makes it 3, 2-goal difference right now. My goodness, that was a shot.
And I'm coming from North America. I see players from those qualifiers have tough time making those plays happen. Not only the double tap setup from Guns, but with the reset. That is some motion right there that we saw there from Guns. And already coming out here in game number 1, trying to secure this win is Mongolia, but they've got to play defense. They're lucky that shot goes wide.
Yeah, and Glyfty Moon here, Pirate J, just been a bit quiet here for the side of Stress Kibity. Hasn't really put his mark on this game 1 or series as of yet, you know, kind of Tolly and Jelly. Guns, though! All right, stamping his approval in this one.
I think Strauss Skibity need a red heartbeat sensor on Guns at all times. Catching this player seems to be impossible. And he's just a menace. He's a nuisance to Strauss Skibity. Mongolia securing their game 1 victory.
Yeah, 2 goals from 6 shots. Guns, absolute force to be reckoned with here. Werty has to cleanly pop the one away there from Jelly as well. And Strauss Skibity not able to do too much just now. Clock's ticking down. Game number 1. Gonna clearly and emphatically go here towards Mongolia.
So there seems to be a plan for Shmongolia, and that is feed the beast of Guns. There you have it. Game number 1 victory seems convincing, especially when you consider those shot totals. Racking up a total of 15. Shmongolia in that game, and only 5 to count for the side of Strauss Skibity. And when you look at this team kind of getting back into the game, Muzz, you mentioned Glyfty as one player who kind of needs to wake up, kind of needs to be activated. You're seeing some zeros across the board there. How does Strauss Skibity get a little more cohesive in this next game?
Yeah, I mean, they need to get Glyfty Moon activated there as well. We saw Tolly, we saw Jelly. They made the plays. There 5 shots between the 2 of them, right? And as you mentioned, lots of zeros coming out from Glyfty Moon. But 30 ball touches, though. So it was kind of an integral, maybe third man here for Strauss Skibity. But nothing that was overly convincing. Nothing that you really threatened that backboard of Shmongolia, right? And they had their 3 saves, you know, which is just a little bit more here than Strauss Skibity. But just nothing that seemed to stick for them.
Didn't seem to stick. I think if you're looking at Strauss Skibity as well, you want the defense to get a little beefed up, and you want them sticking on the backboard, right? We can see already the reads from Shmongolia are nearly perfect off the backboard. Their striking prowess works when they can get to pass to themselves in that way. So Strauss Skibity get a little defense working in that manner as well, and we may see that scoreline tighten up a bit. But we've seen these series take a seesaw effort. Even if we get that convincing game 1 victory, it somehow seems to shift the other way. So game 2, I've got my eyes set on this one. Let's see how it all comes away.
Yeah, I mean, that was the case when we had Drift Queens versus Bonjour. That was Young Money Clan versus 77 Blocks, right? Kind of games 1 and 2 are always just this crazy kind of shootouts. You know, if we kind of, you know, if history repeats itself here, Pirate J, Shmongolia taking game number 2 as well. Okay, Glyfty Moon finally getting himself on the goal board here. It's good to see that action.
Asking you shall receive. I mean, we called them out, so there it is, the shot, but do not forget what Jelly did in that setup, the flip reset, pass off the backboard. They saw how effective it was from Shmongolia and say, we'll one-up ya.
Yeah, and so Strauss Skibity taking this early lead. Yeah, Jelly as well. They want to get the double touch off the backboard. Maybe they can. Glyfty Moon's underfoot. Tolly as well, not able to get that third man shot. Yeah, Jelly back again from that right-hand side. Oh my goodness. Just when you thought nothing was going to happen.
Well, we saw plenty of offense from Shmongolia. They haven't been tested too much on defense. Well, here's the test, and they're not passing quite yet. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to, well, fix that.
Yeah, nice little early lead here coming in from Strauss Skibity as well. Jelly from that right-hand side, just when you thought you were not able to shoot, you know, from that angle, it gets it in quite comfortably as well. And now maybe defense of Shmongolia being tested and having to step up to the occasion as well. Guns having to fight off Tolly on that right-hand corner. Jelly coming in for Snooze as well. Snoozy makes a save, and now Guns can get the flick over 1. He does able to pass 1 though, not as convincing as you would have liked though. Pinch all the way down. Doesn't have boost in the tank though. Maybe able to steal that 100. No 100 there. Glyfty Moon grabs it. Snoozy Can he find a play on the inside? Small little touch for Werty. Werty not able to drive that one home.
Possession's still alive, though, off the backboard. It's free for Mongolia if they want it. And they say, sure, free is my favorite price. Snoozy cuts the lead in half.
Free with a big capital F there, Pyro J. Snoozy just drives that one home. Jelly nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, beautiful work here for Mongolia. I gotta say, I like what Guns is doing in the midfield as well. He's taking some of these 50-50s and these challenges much more slowly. He's crafting the ability to take a low 50 when he thinks Straskibity will lunge high. And you've got to consider all these engagements, especially with the high ping from Straskibity. And I just have enjoyed the approach so far from Guns. We'll see if it continues to pay in their advantage as the musty flick pass comes out from Snoozy. Just a miss on the midfield touch.
Now, when Straskibity were playing... Oh, my goodness, that was so close from Guns, in my word. When Straskibity were playing against Bonjour, right, they registered 13 goals in that 3-1 win. Right, so they're used to putting up the big numbers here, Power J. So just they need to be able to find the mojo here against Mongolia.
All right, well, one play after the other. They may just find that mojo. They've been trying to lock in on those midfield passes as well. So we'll see if they get that in order. Wordy cutting off a hard shot that it would have been. Jelly on a singular boost. He expends it just to get that full one at the midfield. Glyfty, a shot from the ceiling that hits the goal line. Saved there by Wordy, who's tracking that the whole way down and holding their ground on the goal line. Jelly with a touch to the midfield. Glyfty wants to challenge, will get a touch. And Tolly keeping that offensive rotation working. This is probably the longest we've seen Straskibity mount some type of pressure on the Mongolia. And so far, it's working out for them. Glyfty, another shot saved by Snoozy. Here's Jelly now on the ascent. Wordy gets another save. How many balls can they block away?
Yeah, Savior medal already there attained by Werty as well. Him and Snoozy doing absolute, stellar stuff in defense here. Keeping out Straskibity. Of course, Straskibity up by 1 though, but definitely good to see a lot more shots being registered here by the Italian outfit. And so Mongolia just being pressurized at the back a bit, just feeling a little bit of the pointy end of that kebab stick. Glyfty Moon as well, showing a bit more presence here in game number 2.
Great presence indeed. Guns to the ceiling. Snoozy wants a touch as well. Guns appears to be posturing. No, peeling off the play. Needs to get those resources back up, but he's right here in the play for the midfield touch. Off the backboard. Does he get another? Absolutely he does. Second shot, though, goes wide. You got to keep an eye out for Guns on those double taps. That one wasn't as accurate as you wanted it to be. Snoozy gets bumped, so that may cut the rotation just a bit for Mongolia. Crossing that midfield line is Tolly. On the backboard, Guns plays it carefully. Musty Flick's going to be a miss. Been accurate with those from Mongolia, but that one wasn't as effective as he was hoping for.
Yeah, close. Just hanging in the middle. Oh, there we go. Fine. Right, Glyfty in with an initial save, but both Guns and Werty just really throwing bodies towards the net to make this goal stick.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got under a minute 30 to score that second goal, and they send the house. Well, the house was heavy enough. Winning that 50-50, bullying the engagement is Mongolia for the tie game.
Yeah, the whole kitchen sink thrown there from Mongolia. They get the equalizer here. Oh, Werty! He can save shots. He can score them as well.
And I'm going to take it back to the conversation of the 50-50s. I've loved the posturing so far for Mongolia. What Wordy is doing is he's leading that second effort. He's following the shot to keep the trajectory of the ball towards the net. It's just a smart play. And those little moments of those 50s are going to continue to win it in Mongolia's favor if they continue that effort.
Yeah, fantastic 51 there by Werty. Gets the goal going up here for Mongolia that they desperately need. Down to this business in the game number 2 as well. Guns. Oh man, so close. They're almost finding a fourth there as well. Werty chasing down defenders as well, hunting desperately for their ball. Hand it back to Glyfty Moon, but it's okay. Mongolia up by 1. They can sit pretty at the moment as long as they can keep out Straskibity.
Straskibity. They showed what they could do at the beginning of this game, but have been a bit silent in the back half. Gotta work some magic in this final 30 seconds. Guns. Oh, gets the leading touch after the demolition. Finds the pass out to Wordy. Tolly. Interception there. Saw the pass coming the whole way. Might get the bump on the Snoozy. No, misfiring. So Snoozy, resilient in the effort to clear that ball out. Wordy, a shot towards the net. Oh, it might be open. No, Jelly, the demolition and the save. Quite a combo to keep them alive. 10 seconds and Guns. Backtracks to Wordy, but it's a little bit scary here. A big midfield presence from Shoskibity as they try to get the final shot. Ball pumped up high. Guns keeps the approach lingering. Might just have the shot as well to kill this game. Kill the ball, put it to the ground. But Wordy can't do it. Take towards the net. Tolly to keep it alive. They've got to go across the field. Glifty out to Jelly. It's going to be off the backboard. Glifty gonna have the shot. Certainly does, but Wordy, the savior medal and the accolade for the team to maybe secure the win. Oh, it's finally on the ground. Mongolia take game 2.
Yeah, you know when you're sitting there at 0 seconds, Pyrogen, they just keep the ball up that doesn't want to go down. It's Shoskibity almost finding that buzzer beater and sending us to OT. But Mongolia, there we go. So they won the first 2 games. I didn't get the cost to curse. Thank goodness. Up by 2.
Yeah, you know what? It was all about the offense from Mongolia, their ability to maintain pressure in game number 1. But game 2, it's a different story. We went from 5 shots to 12 for Shoskibity. They showed that offensive prowess, the effectiveness early on with just some solid shots in the first minute. But it all kind of petered away. And Mongolia, they raced back, they climbed back. And now it's up to Mongolia keeping that defensive effort. Not only did Wordy have a goal of the 3 for the team, 6 saves, including that clutch one at the end.
Yeah, remember on the panel we heard that Wirtz has got all the experience in the world. He's gone to that wildcard event at World. He has that international experience here that he can just muster these 2 youngsters in Guns and Snoozy and really rally when it counts. 6 saves, right? So that's actually 2 savior medals just in 1 game. Yeah, why not?
Pretty darn good. Wordy definitely leading this team, but Guns from him coming from Cosmico last season. You had Snoozy on the Nkasi Ballers. Those were 2 teams that weren't necessarily top 4, but were giving everyone from top 4 a run for their money, right? They were right there trying to climb up into that conversation. Well, with Wordy, they are absolutely in that conversation. In fact, they're the main actor at certain points in time. So can they continue that main effort in game number 3? Not quite. Tolly finds the roundabout on the opening kickoff.
And basically runs himself the whole way up the field for this ball. Gets past Wordy, gets past Guns, does 99% of the field the whole way. And Mongolia nowhere in sight. Can't cut him out, can't stop him. Just he won that ball and he carried on going like a steam train.
But we'll carry on indeed. Snoozy. Holy, high touch. Setting up Wordy. That's Guns demoed, and that's the 3rd man, so Shoskibity may try to pose that counterattack now, but Tolly off the wall side. Snoozy, that's a misfire. Guns, that's going to be right off the post, so close to being on target. Shoskibity sweating a bit at the early onset, because if that one was on target, we'd have a tie game.
Yeah, and they take the lead for now here on Utopia Coliseum as well. Tolly might be able to do it again. Demoed there by Snoozy, and Wordy has to make once again another save. And ball goes down here to the Shoskibity half. Guns with a pickup. Snoozy, nice little touch as well. Maybe the 1-2 out to Guns. Can he score? Cliff Moon though able to keep that out in possession. Yeah, once again held here by Mongolia. We do have Jelly. Oh, they're looking for the pause as well. So we're just gonna quickly hear what's the technical timeout about.
We got a controller DC. No problem. Quick pause coming out from Mongolia, so we'll get that resolved as quickly as possible. I will say, even though these early games seem to be working really well for Shoskibity, both in the last game and in this game, I love the response that does come out from Mongolia. They still play a very patient game, and you see that especially on defense and at the midfield, where they could be pressing forward as quickly as possible, be sort of panicky for that first touch. Instead, they're playing 50-50s very patiently, very cautiously, very carefully. And that sort of establishes some control in the game for Mongolia, despite not leading the game.
Yeah, 3 shots to 1 there by Shoskibity as well. So just a little bit of pressure being applied to them, of course. We saw Tolly get that beautiful goal earlier. So small amount of the pressure being applied here onto Mongolia as well. And as you say, kind of slowing down the play, winning back that possession as well. But they maybe do need to kind of put down a bit more urgency. Of course, they're up here in the series, Pyro J, but you can't rest on your laurels.
Certainly not. So no rest indeed. We get right back to it. Even with a flip reset from Tolly, he's not able to follow it up though. I will say if Mongolia take this game number 3, it's going to be very different tempo from what we've seen all day today. Nobody's been up in the first 3 games. So Mongolia looking to really break through. If they get that effort, could be solid, but they're at the deficit right now. Tolly working that ball back down to the ground, but can't keep hold of it. Oh, wait, this is a counterattack. Wordy, it's wide open. Just let it in. Wordy's doing work on the back front there with the demolitions.
Yeah, almost kind of just seemingly out of nowhere, right? We almost saw kind of that musty earlier from Tolly. Then all of a sudden, Guns is scoring from the halfway line. Okay, Mongolia, we see you mean business.
Absolutely. I love that. That's confidence as well. You know, to ensure from Wordy's perspective, my team's got it. They can play defense, and hey, I can play offense as well. So close to that opening shot from the kickoff, but it's a 1v1. Clifty against Snoozy. Snoozy able to get the touch.
Yeah, Clifton almost getting that little pop over Snooze's head, though. Good defense here from Mongolia as well. Jelly, almost from that right-hand side. Guns having to just be strong in defense there as well. A brick wall. Tolly here from the right-hand side. Not able to fully wrap around the corner. Guns, though, just to cut that one out. Clifton wants to take a shot there. Kept out by Werty. Now Snoozy's up. Long ball down into the Straskibity corner. Pick up here by Jelly. Wants to pop it up. Can't get beaten out there by Guns. Tolly over the halfway. Clifton Werty. Jelly, though, finds the demo. Guns, though, able to come in as a quick second man and save the ball.
Jelly trying to do similar work of Wordy, which is try to cherry pick, get that demolition on the back line, and open up the avenue for the rest of your team to work that quick counterattack. Problem is, Tolly's been really slow playing these ascents towards the net. Flip resets are good, but when the ball's not really moving laterally across the field, it doesn't pose much of a threat. So I think one of these aerial pursuits from Tolly is going to work out the way they want, but so far, hasn't quite equated to the effort they need. Snoozy, good read on the pass from the corner to lay it in.
Yeah, just Guns kind of runs that ball nicely up into the middle, finds Snoozy there, beats out 2 as well, got Jelly and Tolly both sitting in the net. Mongolia up here by 1, and just a beautiful link in plays we see here. Pyro just kind of, they're able to find each other on the net, whether it's Guns to Werty, Snoozy to Guns, just they seem to be doing a damn good job of finding each other. The passes are clean, and Straskibity not able to cut them out.
They can find each other, certainly from Mongolia, but Straskibity, they got to start finding the ball in the back line. It was a good save at the start of this round, but earlier on, there's probably some saves that they expect to make. Jelly, a slow play on the aerial maneuver. Flip reset taken, but not able to activate. Wordy from the ceiling. It's open into midfield. He'll get a touch towards the backboard. Set up now by Snoozy. Oh, he's going to attack this, but he's not quick enough. Clifty, the only one on the goal line. Jelly hanging out in the midfield. Not able to beat out Wordy on that touch. Mongolia, in the same fashion as game number 2, come back for the lead, but this time they won't hold on to it. Jelly, the dunk, the goal.
Yeah, nice little kind of play to himself that gets over both Guns and Snoozy as well. Runs the ball the whole way down field, and that's what you like to see, right? Just able to beat out defenders that may be a bit too high up off of their goal line. Guns and Snoozy, they're still trying to get back in defense, and Jelly reading the room incredibly well there, gets the equalizer as well. But Snoozy wants to get that double, does have Werty with an open net. Okay, quick rebuttal here from Mongolia.
And you need that response to come from Straskibity. It did from Tolly. Attacked Snoozy on the ascent, bumped them away from air dribbling or doubling. But Straskibity could not recover from the kickoff. They couldn't get that defense back on the follow-up. Mongolia immediately returning with the lead.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining in game number 3. Of course, we do, Mongolia, they want to see themselves go to match point as quick as possible here and kind of close out the Saturday evening. But Straskibity still may be able to put one in. Guns there, trying to look for opportunities though. Nothing coming just yet. Werty, can you do something with this? Jelly able just to slightly push that out as well. Do you see Snoozy having a fight with Tolly on the flanks there as well? Jelly maybe looking for the dodge down. Almost a dunk there.
Oh
ball
my,
going long.
Maybe a goal as well. Taking it downfield is Snoozy. And while this is an impressive counterattack coming out from Snoozy, give it up to Guns. Who better to guard a double tap than the one who's been doing it all series long?
Yeah, and Parager, I don't know, those backboard reads from Straskibity, that's kind of where you put in them at the moment.
Good and bad. It depends on the moment. It depends on the moment. No, but that one looked fantastic from Shuskibity. They're getting the goal chances they need. But unfortunately, Guns just had the better end of it. So we'll see in the last 20 seconds what Shuskibity can do. Guns trying to lay that in from the backboard. Jelly with boost now, but I don't think it's enough. 2-goal lead, maybe make it 3. Oh, double on the goal line. Guns to beat the counterattack, and they're gonna win this game as well. 3 games in a row to Shmongolia.
Oh boy, well, I mean, momentum is absolutely carrying Shmongolia at the moment now as well. The morale must be high there in the camp. So match point coming up here at Pyro J. Are we actually going to see the first sweep of the day?
It's possible. I don't hate Shuskibity's chances of keeping the series alive, though. Their offense gets activated in new ways every single game. You know, that's one thing we need to discuss about these matchups in the quarterfinals. We're finally in best of 7 territory, and there's so much distance for teams to start to settle in the series and hit the shots that they know they can. Shmongolia, we're doing that in game 1. Guns hit the double tap flip reset of the day already, right? But Shuskibity taking a little more time to warm up. We may see them completely activated here in game number 4.
Yeah, kind of when we talk about driver of the day as well. You know, we gave it a Declan yesterday. Well, Guns, you know, he's coming in with those flip reset double tap shots. And we're only here in the quarterfinals as well. It's not even Championship Sunday yet. But Shmongolia, they're making light work here of Shuskibity at the moment. They seem to be the non-SSA killers. They took down 77 blocks. At the moment, they're taking down Shuskibity.
That's right. 1 game at a time here. And again, Shmongolia, what's up?
Baby steps, baby steps.
Baby steps, yeah, absolutely. One thing that Shuskibity does well at the start of the game is get the first goal. They've done that in the last 2 games. They got the tone setter. They just need to settle in. I mean, there's some kickoff moments where they don't have the defense set. There's some reads again off the back wall that they're not getting that looks a little inconsistent. There's things that they can absolutely clean up on, and peaks that we've seen from this team already. So if they can hit that mark, we'll have a much stronger, much closer game number 4. But Shmongolia with all the momentum and the semifinals in sight.
Oh yeah, big game. Because you either got to take on Limitless if they happen to win that last game as well there. So 1 more game here potentially in our series. Pyro J, 3-0. Shmongolia are up.
I love how we're almost cursing Limitless by keep saying that they're the potential semifinalist opponents. Still don't know. That's going to be our next and final match of the day. As certainly a lot of people looking forward to seeing that matchup occur. But right now, it's about closing the book here between Shuskibity and Shmongolia. Jelly, wow, popped up in the air. He's just going to stay afloat in orbit. May need it to get back, though, a bit quicker. Guns in the midfield, a bullet to the net.
Yeah, and Tolly not able to get that 50 as well. I think he lost it out to Snoozy. Quick ball and the rebound, finding Guns there in the mid. Able to take a free shot essentially off of a beautiful read. And Shmongolia, very early lead here. And yeah, looking good for their match point.
Snoozy's going to take this off the kickoff. We've seen this before. Tolly was the one to bump into Snoozy last time. Tries it again. And this time the defense is set off the kickoff. This time we're getting the adjustments needed from Shuskibity, at least on defense. Need to work it on the attack side, though. Glyfty has boost to come into the rotation here, and certainly does. The corner pass is available to bump on the goalie as well, but Guns gets into the equation to cut it off.
Yeah, we see Jelly trying to look for a demo into Snoozy. Snoozy pulls off the squishy save, though, and, you know, kind of avoiding disaster there as well. So don't concede at that moment. We're still up here by 1. Worthy, Snoozy. No one here from Shuskibity making any kind of attempts to take a crack on it yet. We see Glyph to Moon, though, just throwing bodies there into that corner as well, looking for bumps as well. But Worthy with the pickup. No beans in the tank. Worthy still fighting off Glyfty. Jelly again trying to look for bumps and demos as well. Seems to be the hitman on Shuskibity. Jelly keeping it out. Finds Tolly on the other side.
Again, some midfield touches that just aren't sorting out right now for Shuskibity. They need to be consistent on every touch at this point. There's no time anymore to still warm up. Got to be activated here, especially on free chances like this. Ball still sent out to Guns, and it's a free look the other way. Open net, goalie out, and shot in.
just see your I just see your boys cue a comment there in the green room, and actually had to have a small chuckle to myself. Power J, apologies.
Again, 2-0 here. Schmongolia. Oh, it might be 3. And
Okay.
it is. Snoozy. Do it to him, brother. Another kickoff goal here from Snoozy. I wouldn't mind a VOD review here for some players and some teams on Schmongolia. Kickoffs have been a huge topic for RLCS. We saw in EU, Carmine Corps went for the bot kickoff, double corner, both went and they scored off of it when they needed to. Schmongolia have been doing a great job of sending the ball to the player in the back corner, who is most the time Ben Snoozy, and they've gotten great shot chances out of it. Something for opponents of Schmongolia to maybe keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I'm also really loving kind of the growth and evolution coming up from SSA players. The kickoff kind of strats and goals were almost limited to only Limitless, really. Now we see Schmongolia seeming to be learning as well, deciding we need to kind of change things up and do things a little differently, especially when your opponents are EU-based as well. And it seems to be working here for Schmongolia, right? 3 to the good at half-time. Those kickoff goals definitely working. Okay, Snoozy. Snoozy.
Yeah, they're gonna complete this effort. It's looking like Snoozy. Great shot there. Jelly just can't keep up with it. And again, it comes down to Skibbity making sure that they get the touches they expect. I can't really blame Jelly, as their teammate just didn't find the touch on the wall that they were looking for. They're playing like they have to expect the next play. They want to play one step ahead. But until they get those fundamentals to be consistent, it's going to be a hard time doing that.
Yeah, the one save registered here from Cliff Moon as well, so things are a little bit tough on the side. You have Stress Skibbity, but nice shot there. Talking about Cliff Moon, he finds a beautiful shot from the right-hand side.
There it is. Wake it up here. It's Strauss Skibbity. Glifty, boost or ball? How about both on the goal?
Oh man, and usually kind of boost over ball. It depends in what, kind of channels you're working in. But nice one from Cliff today. A bit of a shot to the backboard as well. Pick up here and slow play from Guns out to Wordy. They're just going to hold on to this ball. They do have the 3-goal lead, and so they don't need to feel stressed out just as well. Snoozy might find Guns. Oh, so close. A nice little play there in the air from Schmongolia.
Yeah, Schmongolia is feeling pretty good when they're pre-jumping and flip resetting in the air like that. They're having a good time out here. Almost linking up. Beautiful way. Guns, though, is going to get the midfield beat there with the dribble flick combination. May just defeat every single defender on the effort. Snoozy a misread. Maybe called off as Wordy comes in instead. And Tolly needs to put it into gear for this defensive play. Manages a save against Wordy.
Yeah, almost driving home a 5th here for Schmongolia as well. And Stress Skibbity, they're going to have to really pull the rabbit out of the hat now as Clifty pushes this one forward, but he's got both Guns and Wordy there. Keeping that one out, and the ball goes all the way downfield. Snoozy might be able to try find one more. Jelly, what can he do with this as well? Doesn't have too much in the tank. Yeah, he's going to be able to find Clifty. Clifty's looking for the bumps. Doesn't have Tolly, though, coming in as a 3rd man, and now ready possession onto Schmongolia. Whoa! Almost a nice little shot there from Snoozy. Guns, Wordy, they're fighting tooth and nail there in that Stress Skibbity half.
It was a great save, but they've got to turn it around now. 3-goal deficit with 30 seconds to go. Snoozy enough boost to put this down. Might have been a bit too high. Could hit off the crossbar and in, but we'll never know. Jelly comes up with the save. 20 seconds now. Clifty needs to take this across the field. There's just not enough time. There's not enough hope. Seconds waning away, and Schmongolia, again, the only losses recorded in this RLCS season are against the top 2 of the region. It's going to stay that way for now as they get that semifinals bid, a sweep in the quarters.
First one registered on day 2 here, Power J. We did see the first series 4-3, second series 4-2, and now 4-0. Schmongolia, they clean up Stress Skibbity.
They do indeed. Schmongolia move on, and I want to know what Greybeard thinks. Maybe he's back. Maybe he's happy we're back on schedule here. We got a sweep in the corners, GB.
Well, if you snoozy, you losey. Don't get flirty with Wordy and the big guns.
How long did that take you to cook up?
I was only struggling with the wordy part. The rest came fairly easily.
Give you credit. That was pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah. Kudos.
What a performance that was. Great showing from Mongolia, our first sweep of the day, and delivering it to Straskibity. Very well played. And man, oh man, Pyro, I was so pleased to see Guns and Snoozy, the two young stars of our region, coming into their own there.
Yeah, if you look at the resume from these players, you say, oh, Wordy has international presence from French class turning to Valiant. That's who you expect to lead the way, right? But no, it was Guns and Snoozy pre-jumping and fired away with flip resets and double taps. They are feeling really good this season. They're looking like the chem is solid. And convincing win with everybody playing a part.
Yeah, so I guess Muzz, I mean, they had a shaky start in Swiss, but I think it comes down to the PC problems Guns was having earlier on. Because once they got that sorted out, they seemed pretty locked in. They certainly seemed locked in today.
Yeah, I mean, they only lost to Young Money Clan as well, as Pyro was saying, right? Kind of the big kind of top two teams are where they're losing, right? They could beat 77 out, and now they could beat Straskibity as well. And yeah, Guns and Snoozy kind of hope for the SSA region here and kind of being held together by that glue that is Worty as well with his experience. Absolute fantastic series.
All right, and remember, your driver of the day, you can vote for them, acgl.gg/vote. Maybe your driver of the day came out of this series. If it was, then you can go and vote. You can earn 100 embers there. So go and get that done. But we have one more series. Perhaps your driver of the day will be in that series coming up. Our final quarterfinal of the day. And it will be Limitless up against the Firehawks, a rematch out of the Swiss round. That coming up very soon. And we are back, and Greybeard fresh off a prediction win, riding high. So feeling pretty good about that. And we are 75% of the way through 3 quarterfinal matches. And Dustin Mongolia in the semi-finals. One more semi-final berth to fill, and that will be decided by our last series of the day, Limitless versus Firehawks. But that last series, Q, worth wrapping up. Your thoughts on it? A really solid performance from Mongolia.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really strong performance from Mongolia, but I also think it's one of those series that I don't think that the 4-0 quite reflects how close this series was, in a sense of
yes.
Straskeby had some really promising points in the game, but Mongolia wanting to make sure they can, put on for the region, get that top 4 under the belt as well, get some very much needed points we're talking about for that second place spot, right? But not to make it seem assumed for the top spot. I think most of us in the region kind of know who's going to be up there, right? But a good, really strong showings on both sides of the pitch.
Yeah, and I mean, and I love the gelling of the team. They seemed, when they were going forward, Muzz on those, they had a number of sort of strong, aggressive, physical plays, bump plays, inner plays, and it seemed like they had a very keen understanding of what they were gonna do going forward. And overall, just great to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Guns is pulling off, flip reset, double taps, and, enabling Snoozy, word to they're getting kind of double savior medals in one game as well, right? And so just all round that picture from Mongolia, incredibly strong, and it's good to see, right? And even though we've had this kind of battle, now this tale of two cities where it's non-SSA and SSA, and we're fighting for one region, Mongolia, right? They're keeping the flame lit.
All right, so there we are. We started off yesterday with 16 teams. That was carved pretty brutally and savagely down to 8. Those 8 will be carved yet again. 4. 3 of them are through. 2 remain. Only 1 can go forward. Limitless, Firehawks, and Muzz. The Firehawks did take a game. It's worth noting that it was the first game against Limitless, but they do tend to be a team that if you are going to take games, they're probably going to be early games.
Yeah, start early, right? Limitless like to get warmed up. We see Snowy and To Die For just absolutely kind of gearing up as they go along, right? And so Firehawks, very cheeky of them, find that first game. But then after that, three games on the trot for Limitless, closing out their round 3 Swiss yesterday. And, they got that dub to 3-0. And so Firehawks, they want revenge here, Greybeard, and they want to try get through to Championship Sunday. But it's an absolute mountain to climb for them.
We are still getting the feel for the teams that are now playing in SSA, and we're starting to see them more and more. So we'll start to get more familiar with the names, their play style, and how they go. So the one thing I don't know about Firehawk is how many competitions they've competed in as a roster and individually as players, especially the best of 7 scenario, because Limitless are certainly specialists. This is their 3rd season of RLCS.
Yeah.
Snowy and To Die For have been together for an entire season. Veterans of that format, because it is just 2 extra games, but it is a very different scenario to a best of 5.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even if you're looking for results kind of outside of RLCS, you need to look on Wikipedia. There's not much for this Firehawk squad to kind of know how far back things go. So really, we kind of only have a very small, limited sample size. And what's interesting is for a team that was able to take a game off of Limitless, as rare of an occurrence as that is, they also seem to struggle a bit through the rest of the Swiss stage. I mean, 2 of their series wins, they had to go all 5 games. So I'm not sure if it was a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde sort of situation, or if they just were able to come out and truly catch Limitless off guard. I think the unfortunate thing for them is Limitless aren't a team that's going to make that same mistake twice. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, we have a driver of the day vote going on. If you look at this team comparison and the players, if you had to pick, who do you suspect the driver of the day coming out of the 2 rosters?
I mean, is it too easy to say someone like Sweaty or To Die For? I think, To Die For and Sweaty always so strong up front, able to carry any roster. Of course, with that supreme experience from a player like Snowy, you'd imagine anyone from Limitless could easily be your driver of the day. But I think someone like Guns as well is in good contention to take today's one at least.
Well, you went slightly off script there because I was trying to force you into a corner to pick a driver of the day out of these two rosters. But yeah, well done. And
Anyone on Limitless, surely, right?
yeah, I mean, look, Sweaty and To Die For are certainly probably easy picks. Well, here's two, Berachu and To Die For. They're side-by-side comparison, and not too different. But To Die For, they're pipping in most areas.
Yeah, I mean, a name that we've known around in the region for a while, right? Someone who, I mean, I think just has one of those really strong all-round games. I do believe, though, even when you look over at Berachu, I mean, has a pretty strong performance in their own right as well. I mean, it's when you compare it next to Die For, you know, kind of easy to see some separation. But I do think when you look at, I think for a team that's so new, the potential's there. We don't know what the ceiling quite is, whereas on Limitless, we very much know what the ceiling is. And I think especially knowing that these teams have played against one another, I expect To Die For to come in here guns blazing in game one.
All right, well, sticking with you, I'm you know, the big talking point, of course, has been the region unlock, and it's almost been talked to death. And at the risk of beating that horse, which is already fatally and mortally wounded, we're now coming to the last part of the second qualifier, and surely there's a point where it kind of starts to reach maybe a bit of equilibrium where the hyping teams kind of adjust and the SSA teams adjust to the play style that they're bringing, and I don't know how you feel about it, maybe equalizing a lot more going forward from here.
I mean, I do definitely think that we're going to start seeing that our import teams are going to start getting a lot more comfortable on the ping. I wonder what sort of adjustments. I don't know if the adjustments will be so much heading into Qualifier 3, but I do think that the off season is going to be absolutely crazy with some roster manias for maybe even some SSA teams really trying to close that gap. Because, you know, even when we looked at this time around, you know, five teams were imports. It does look like it should probably balance out for top four, right? 2 and 2. It's just unfortunately it'll be two of our imports versus two of our SSAs for the semis. But I think the SSA teams that are putting in the work, we're seeing are doing a very good job of adjusting as well. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a very clear distinction at the top.
All right, well, let's get the test vote going. Who is going to win? Hashtag LMT, hashtag FH. Firehawk. So who do you believe will win? So while chat starts to hashtag away for that, which is more an indication of how many fans of which team are in the chat, but we'll get a sense of that in just a moment. But we might as well now, Muzz, start getting predictions for us. Hold on. I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm going to go first, and also because I'm on a high. Given their record, and I've been saying this through the last 2 seasons, and on occasion I'm wrong, but not often. There is a time to vote against Limitless, but that time is not today or this time. So I reckon Limitless make it just based on their stellar record. So now, having given my prediction, over to you, Muzz.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, yesterday, small blip where Firehawks took that first game as well, and I think, you know, Limitless don't let that happen 2 days in a row. Snowy certainly doesn't let that happen 2 days in a row, and so I think production team, you're going to have to give me Limitless. It might just be that easy. Your boy Q, are we making it 3 moments before disaster?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any way you can come on here and really vote against Limitless with their history, right? I think even though knowing that Firehawks were able to take one off them, I think that's even more of a reason for them to come out here. And I'm just going to say I wouldn't be surprised for them to see a sweep just because I think they're to come out with that pedal down right from the word go.
Yep.
All right. Well, very dangerously, we have a sweep, although we did do it for August. Yesterday, the very first game of Swiss, and that worked out fantastic. So maybe we'll bracket Swiss and quarterfinal. So it is an all-round. So we're going to get into this game and bring you a final of the day. It's going to be the man who do that team stream pyro and the man on the desk, you.
All right, yeah, get over here, Q. Come on, we've got a matchup to cast. Limitless versus the Firehawks, a rematch from the Swiss. So Firehawks were like, man, we got to play Limitless a second time. Heck yeah. If you want to make it an SSA, the kings of the region awaiting to make their decree here in the quarters.
All right, well, Pyro J, last time that these two teams faced off, you were on the desk and you did see Firehawks able to take game one. We're starting off game one now. I'm kind of curious, do you feel like it was a specific strategy that Firehawks were able to implement right off the rip, or was it just kind of catching Limitless needing to wake up a bit?
The latter. It was very much Limitless needing to make proper adjustments to play against Firehawks. Now that those adjustments are made, it's quick swinging for Limitless. An early one here, Q, for the squad.
Yeah, and we were talking about to die for there on the pre-matchup kind of desk there, and who else to score goal number one but to die for. Nice little pass from Sweaty here as well, and Limitless first on the board. Going to be interested to see how quick they get number two here.
Yeah, you know what? It's overbearing, the support for Limitless. You expect this team, especially after winning the first qualifier and having taken 0 match losses yet this season. We're only talking 3 games down, all of them by Shmongolia. We gotta talk a little bit about Firehawks and what they do bring to the table. We watched them in their game versus Limitless. They do bring solid striking prowess. They have great backboard reads. I've seen Mario in particular, who's taking this ball upfield right now, get some certain double taps if provided the space. So it's just a question of whether Limitless are willing to give them that space. It appears not.
Yeah, it just looks like they have shown up here and they're ready to go. You can see Snowy got the cookies there, passes it right on up, basically off the back of a little bit of a tap from Irachu, and it's to die for. Once again, being in position, able to strike fast, and that's 2 goals in the opening minute here for Limitless. And it's just, I think this is a little bit of an indication of what we should be expecting to see over the next 4 minutes of play here.
You got to remember as well, from Limitless, this is a team who doesn't like to drop a single game. You know, we've interviewed Snowy after regional wins in past seasons, and he won't drop a single match, but he'll be like, yeah, we dropped 2 games at one point, and I'm just disappointed. You know, they don't want to lose a single game. They don't want to allow a single goal from the Firehawks as they find their 3rd.
And you can see Aniello got the touch on it, but unfortunately comes right out towards Sweaty, who is going to make you pay, especially if you have no one protecting that right side of the net. And it's 3 now, and they're going to continue to try and run that tally up from here. You can see Snowy is going to move this ball forward, and Aniello tries to at least get a touch on it, sends that up towards Mario, who continues to advance this ball up the field. And Firehawks try and see if they can find some offense going, but not able to maintain the possession. Still held to 0 shots as we approach that 90 seconds expired here in game number 1. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pitch, Limitless have had 8 shots looking for a 9th here.
8 in the first 2 minutes is a bit ridiculous, but Snowy wants to make it 9 off the side wall. He comes in for that bump afterwards, kind of runs out of boost and relinquishes the ball to his teammates to die for. The lone defender against Barachu knocks it off the backboard, but the striker may have been demoed. Agnello back towards the defensive line, kicks it to the corner, and it's going to be Barachu to try and find a way out, but that exit route isn't always clear against Limitless, though it's found. Stealing touch from Mario, shot on target. Snowy just there for the save.
Yeah, I thought that one was about to sneak in there, but now it's going to be actually a counterattack potentially coming in. Big demo from Aniello, which is going to allow the possession to go back on over to Firehawks. Nice little pass, and to die for, going to send that thing to the side. That's going to help worry about that little bit of a threat there, and now going the opposite way. You can see tried to go for the demo there in the goal, but not going to be able to do just quite that. Otherwise, though, Limitless doing a good job kind of controlling this midfield, making it tough for Firehawks to really find any way to flip this pitch.
That's right. Sweaty flipping the switch here. He's got a touch off the back wall. Mario kicks it right out to die for. He goes for the strike on the other side. No defenders to find a block on that opposite end. Great shot from to die for.
And it's crazy how so many of these goals from actually was a nice little play on the defense where they were able to get a touch of the first little threat. Just unfortunately, everyone's pushed forward from Limitless. They're able to field the rebound or get that second touch, and it's just got to be a little disheartening on that Firehawk side. They've got to find some way to slow down this attack as they continue to push forward. Oh, if to die for would have been able to get the pinch on that, I would have lost my mind.
They already had the read, which is already a little mind-boggling, I would say. But nevertheless, Firehawks still some pep in their step on the defensive end. Touch there, and a chance for Mario, but it's a soft touch. Gotta have a little more juice on the shot there. Give credit where it's due, though, for the Firehawks defense. It hasn't been ultimately free. All right, never mind. Another
Until
goal
it
for
is.
to die for. see,
not-
they have done, I want to say this, the backboard defense has been solid from the Firehawks, but yeah, some of the touches have been let a little loose, and at times, yeah, they don't have that transition defense in place.
Dog, the caster curse is real.
I
Not
know.
free until it is. And then Limitless find their 5th goal here, and it's going to be Firehawks trying to find some sort of answer here, some sort of semblance of offense that they can start to build forward in game number 2. Because at this point, with a 5-goal deficit and only about 80 seconds left to play, especially knowing how good this defense is for Limitless, the math just ain't mathing for me. But you got to find some way to at least start building some momentum, because only 4 shots thus far in the game, not much to build on.
Yeah, and Firehawks need to shift the narrative completely, because the one thing they had in their favor was in their match during Swiss against Limitless. They took the first game. They kind of got that tone setter of the series to work out for them. Clearly, that has not worked in this series. What has to work for them is the long distance that is a best of 7, because clearly game 1 is, the lid is shut, and it ain't squeaking open right now, especially with Sweaty winning that 50-50, getting right back to the midfield with this ball.
I do got to say, the one thing I have enjoyed seeing from this game thus far from Limitless is once they got the lead, it's never like they really let their foot off the gas. Sometimes we'll see teams, once they really assert their dominance, they, kind of coast towards the end. I don't really feel like we've seen that, at least thus far, from in game 1 from Limitless. Hopefully they can kind of, I think, again, because of the fact that they did drop the 1, and we do know how much the perfection is on their mind every single time they touch the pitch. Nice little slap behind. To Die For is going to be able to grab that rebound, punches it in, and actually that's 5 goals here for To Die For in game number 1.
It's unbelievable. Yet another for To Die For. Now 6 goals for Limitless. And 6-0 may seem breathtaking. You may think, how could a team possibly come back from this? Well, think back to earlier today, our first matchup, in which Bonjour lost 0-6 and then 0-5, but won the next 3 games. Against Limitless, I don't know how convincing that is, but we've seen some tidal waves of momentum shifts throughout the day. It would take a gargantuan one here for Firehawks to get back in it after a convincing victory from Limitless.
Yeah, I mean, they just looked really, I mean, 11 shots from To Die For alone. Another 3 and then 2 from Sweaty and Snowy, as opposed to the 5 shots all combined over on that Firehawk side. I mean, you see most of those bars the way that they need to go. They're leaning towards that right side there, Pyro. I mean, I feel like here, if you're Firehawks, your hope would be, let me try and find some way on the counterattack, since they are playing so aggressively forward, but their back end of their defense just seems like close tight.
It's not a bad call about the counterattacks. If you want to look at a team who's done counterattacks really well today, that would be 77 blocks against YMC. They played an incredible defense, and that allowed them, although possession wasn't in their favor, the counterattacks were. They were lethal when they were able to connect quickly back upfield. But the problem is for the Firehawks, their defense isn't standing as well as it did for 77B. The striking prowess, the aerial pursuits from Limitless are just too venomous, and they've got to find a way to take the sting out of those shots.
Well, there is some good news here, Power, and I feel like we've talked about this in the past. With Rocket League, no matter what the score was in the previous game, right, you get to see the scores rolled on back to 0, 5 minutes put back on the clock. So Firehawks do get to basically start from that same line here with Limitless. They're no longer playing from behind, but they need to come out here and seize control, and they've got to do it from the word go.
Well, there you see it, right at the front of your page, and almost the initial goal from To Die For, as if 5 or 4, I don't know, well, it wasn't enough. Good. Can you believe that I lost track of the number of goals that To Die For scored already after game 1? Q.
Yeah, it was 5 of them things, man. It was crazy, putting on an absolute clinic. I'll tell you what, don't be surprised to see him do something similar here, as we do see To Die For actually grab this ball, goes underneath by R2, leaves it off for Sweaty, who's gonna punch it home, and it only takes 30 seconds for Limitless to find the back of the net.
I've seen plenty goals from To Die For, but he's selfless as well. The drop down of the ball to get on the right side of it, send it left to Sweaty for the volley into the net. First goal already there for Limitless.
the beauty of once you've already started attracting the attention of the defense, right? You can make those plays and get those passes lined up and able to punish them there. To die for, gonna have to try and get past Mario. Mario able to get the touch on the pinch down to at least slow down the attack, as you can see that Limitless still trying to push forward. Demo here from Mario leaves things open for Myrichu, but Snowy able to come in, sends it towards the corner. A lot of Limitless players up here, though. If you're able to get the steal, you would have an open portion of the field, but now the open side's actually on the backside of Firehawks. You got to get control of things, otherwise it could be Limitless looking for a second goal here.
Credit due to them, though. The transition defense was put in place. Bearchu able to make that initial stop, as well as here the bump on To Die For. He was setting up the flip, reset, double tap. But it'll be no go, and the passing option in the midfield is there on Yilo. Just high, Mario, just high. Oh, they're going to petition to get a little height on the crossbar because those shots just a miss and over the top.
Is this net regulation size or what? Yeah, you're getting a couple of shots off the woodwork there. Fourth man coming into play, but you know what? Far down for Limitless, and it's now 2-0.
Turns out it is regulation size, at least on the orange end. Sweaty says, yep, that's perfect. Bar down business from Sweaty.
Man, now you're able to go up here 2-0. We talked about how important for Firehawks here to try and make sure that they're not playing from behind, and Limitless just making sure that they're able to take any sort of momentum that Firehawks trying to build and just continuing to thrust it more into their advantage here. 2 goals early. Got to be starting to put a little bit of that doubt into the back of the minds of Firehawks. Nice little shot from Sweaty. Mario's going to try and send it aside. Not quite going to be able to get it past To Die For, as To Die For is going to retreat this thing back. It is touched towards Sweaty, who's now going to look to try and flip this pitch here, but it's 2v3. Those cookies taken from Mario, going to be touched home from Yellow, but To Die For from now to nowhere like an RKO with the save.
Oh my, and the redirect from Anylo as well, still there in the danger zone as the ball. Sweaty flips it across, but Mario assists in the clear. So it's going to be all about the reset here from Firehawks, but talk about their best chance to apply that pressure, and finally the goal for the Firehawks. Reach that halfway mark, and the deficit still at 2. This is very much within reason for the Firehawks to get their second win registered against Limitless this season. Bearchu across the field now, long clear, caught up by Snowy. He's just on that 0 boost now. To Die For goes for the strike, and the save won't be there. I think Anylo ran into their teammate trying to get to this. I gotta check this again.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but that's an easy shot. You got to find some way to put pressure on the shooter, because as T-Bates notoriously says, hand down, man down, and that was a very easy shot to punch home, and Limitless are up by 3.
Oh, poor Firehawks. Mario just ended up landing into their teammate who's trying to save the ball. Agreed. Yeah, those things, no matter how they occur, cannot happen. When you're playing against Limitless, you make the tiniest mistake, they'll punish.
I'm going to try and see if they can at least get some sort of offense going, because you got to start building something here. It is a longer series. It is 7, so maybe you can try and find some sort of cook going in game number 2 towards game number 3. And that way you don't have to quite rely on that good old timeout little buff there, but you can see playing aggressive. Snowy gets the demo. To Die For, looking for the second touch, and Ted leaves it off for Sweaty, but that sail is just a sad bit wide.
Hey, got it around the defender. Snowy was sort of in position to take the shot, but they'll play for the possession instead. To Die For off the backboard beats 1. How about a second beat on that 50-50? Snowy up for this shot, slots it right off the crossbar. Not quite the slot he was looking for, but selfless in the nature. Sweaty completes the play.
If there's one thing you got to do when you're playing against Limitless, you got to make sure that when you get this ball towards your net, you've got to get it away from there immediately. You can't be sloppy in front of the net, because Limitless is a team that is going to make you pay every single time.
Oh, they're in debt at this point. I think Firehawks have paid their price and more. We're only still in game number 2. Snowy, that pass upfield. Not going to connect on it. But To Die For just reads Mario way too easily there. Gets the dunk. Mario sends to the skies as Snowy pierces it across. Sweaty opts not to play it to grab boost instead. So he's going to turn out to the back post and be the next defender on this ball. I think it got bumped away. To Die For makes an incredible stop there. It was actually an open lane otherwise for the Firehawks. They're getting aggressive. They're trying to get the bumps and demos to go, but that finishing factor just not yet in place.
see, though, I mean, Firehawk still trying to keep this ball in the zone for now. Good touch, which should drop this thing down in front of the net. Nobody there to be able to punch it home. And Yellow going to drop it down for Mario. Unfortunately, does go towards the side here. And that means now possession over towards Limitless. They're going to look to try and get one more here to send things home to dive for off the side post. Snowy with the wide open rebound. And that's going to go in. And Limitless up 5-0.
Ooh, they're making Firehawks burn fuel left and right, trying to dive in for these saves, but Snowy, way too much power behind the shot. Make it look too easy, but that's just the consistent pressure, the boost resourcing to take the advantage against their opponents. Maybe a 6th goal here. Snowy, why not?
One more again. Yeah, let's go one more again. And off the kickoff, Snowy fields this thing. Only has Virtue to beat. Is able to get that thing barred down and drop down for a pass for himself. A little bit of a self-alley-oop, you might even say. And Limitless putting on a show in game number 2.
Talked about consistency. How about another 6-0? Almost was 6-1 there. Kickoff goes a bitter eye for Limitless, but they clean up. And boy, do they ever have a clean sheet on this series. A shutout. Not only that, but 12 goals combined in the first 2 games.
All right, when this thing pops up, I'm going to need everyone to take a little look at the goals and the assist over on the Limitless. Oh, it doesn't show in the same order on the screen. On our side, it shows 3-2-1 and then 1-2-3 on the goals and assists. But everyone getting involved, I mean, really, 4 basically goals assisted all the way around. Or no, every goal assisted. Man, Limitless just a team game, truly a display there.
It's a great display. Like you said, team game, and they're looking to stay cohesive. How about the timeout cue from the Firehawks? They're going to call that now. And again, I want to call back to our first match. We had a kind of an obliteration against the losing team of Bonjour, but they called the timeout. They resurfaced and won the next 3 games. What do you think it takes for the adjustment period here of the timeout cue? What's the big thing to focus on here for the Firehawks, whether it's gameplay or mentality?
Pray.
Oh, come on.
No. I honestly, I think the big thing for them is you got to figure out the counterattack, though, right? Because you do know that Limitless is going to be relentless in your zone. So you have to figure out where those small opening opportunities are, because they have not been able to spend much time down on the other side of the field. I don't think all of a sudden off a timeout, you find some way to flip what side of the field you're on. So you have to find a way to be efficient. And I think that's going to be the big thing for them.
I think I agree. It's to look out for those selfless maneuvers from Limitless as well. You mentioned every goal was assisted. Well, that means take a little bit of the eyes off of the striker who you think is most opportune to score, and instead look to see that passing option or that follow-up take. The defense has to stay in solid rotation, continuing to get the boost and to play your roles to make sure that they can make enough stops to not allow Limitless to score 6. I mean, I feel like a broken record, right? This is my 3rd season on SSA, and I've called out Snowy and To Die For as they've been on Orlando Pirates and other teams, and it's always like, if you want to beat these players who are now on Limitless, you need them to not score 6 goals. You got to keep them like under 4, and even that is a challenge and a struggle for every single team that comes against them. So Firehawks, the defense may be the measure, and as Q said, the counterattacks. We'll get into it with game number 3.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point about as far as that off ball, looking for the pass, right? If you can find a way to get a couple of steals going the opposite way where you've got the momentum, those are the counterattacks that lead to usual really good results. But let's see if they can at least slow down this first attack. Doesn't look like it. To Die For slots it up in that upper corner, and Limitless once again in the lead early.
Get it started early, and Sweaty taking a flip reset off that 50-50. Yeah, that's ridiculous, but again, if anybody knows how to play off of high ping, it's these players right here of the SSA region, locals to it. They know the challenges that come with it, and they're going to win quite a bit of 50-50s because of it. Smart maneuver, from Sweaty, and almost a more efficient one there To Die For to Snowy, but just missed.
Now it's going to be up to Firehawks, and there's the counterattack they're looking for. One touch, but Sweaty was sitting there waiting for the second, and now Snowy going to be able to get the clear, follows it up with able to field this thing off the side. I think was looking for a potential pass more towards the middle, does get it on the second attempt. The defense already there. Here's Virtue, able to look for an attempt off that counter, but once again, the defense defense from Limitless stands tall.
To Die For is making it so easy as well for Snowy and Sweaty. Makes that initial save off the transition and then gets the perfect read off the backboard for what would have been a great shot from them, but instead we're already on the other side of the field and Sweaty getting a big dunk.
This is huge here, able to follow it up here and yell. And again, it's one of those where Firehawks are able to get a touch, but the rebound's sitting there right in front of the net. And when you got the biscuit in front of the basket, Limitless is going to dunk it home every time.
That's their bread and butter right there for sure. Sweaty looking to make things even a little more tasty here, but gets rid of the ball of Anilo. Good pass there. Oh, right to the midfield, linking up here. Our Firehawks giving a taste of their own medicine out to the Limitless passes, but cutting them off quickly still is LMT.
As you can see, trying to move the ball up. I thought it was going to be a play here for a moment, but Snowy's going to be able to at least slow things down a little bit with the demo. Missed opportunity. That's a big old whiff, and Bayerchu is going to make you pay, and Firehawks get their first goal of the series.
Yeah, I'll say it again. It's worth repeating. Their first goal of the series. It took 12 minutes just about, and they finally got one to go. Maybe there's more to come. Maybe they've opened the floodgates here. Mario on that flip reset. Bayerchu pass out to Anilo. He kicks it high. Ready to get the second touch, but Sweaty already prepared on the backboard. Kicks it to the corner. Snowy's going to work off of that miss from Firehawks, but Bayerchu closes the gap instead. There's a shot from Anilo. Sweaty reads it well. Touch over there from Snowy. And Limitless back on the attack.
Wasn't a big fan of that touch. The demo buys more space. Bayerchu gets the first save, but you know what? To Die For is going to just follow that thing up, punches it home, and it's just too easy right now for Limitless.
Snowy, a bit of a menace there, man. Going in for the demo, doing what he likes, and allowing To Die For and Sweaty to clean up. They both went in for that shot. That's how convinced they were that they were going to put the scoring gap back to 2. And they may make it 3. Hold on, Snowy has boost. He turns in, he cuts rotation just to take the shot, gets the 50-50. It's right in front of the net, and To Die For cleans up. Oh, they're unrelenting.
And yeah, it is just unrelenting here. You can see they just are so aggressive. The demo right outside of the camera there, but it doesn't matter because you have to be focused on the goal itself. Limitless are going to continue to build their lead in game number 3. I talked about this being a potential quick series, but man, they are putting on a clinic.
They are indeed. Bayerchu, what are you gonna do? Something needs to be done here. Sweaty setting up the double tap. You can't allow him to do that. Wow. The follow-up's immediate. Oh boy. This is what you get for scoring on Limitless. You know, you've awakened the beast.
If you weren't already you thought you had the beast awakened, getting tossed around in the first 2 games, but look at this: 5 goals in basically the first half of game number 3, where some teams might let their foot off the gas. They're just continuing to seem to get better with time like wine, and you can see To Die For with the pass. No one there to punch it home though.
Like that play from Mario though. Sets up the counter for Bayerchu, but only had half a tank of boost for 1 touch. I think more than likely Bayerchu would have liked to make more out of that counter. Anilo testing Snowy, who awaits the challenge, kind of baiting in the attack just to set up maybe that counter. And here is Snowy on 0 boost, passing it right across the face of the net. Sweaty's going to play this from the backboard, but Anilo does not want to waste time, really doesn't have any of the time to waste. There's a minute and 45 remaining to score 4. Boy, would that be a miracle run from these boys, especially with the Die For in position to get the 6th goal. It's knocked away, though. Mario midfield pass sent away.
You know what I think is actually crazy for me is seeing how many shots that have been recorded over on the Firehawk side, because it felt like Limitless has spent so much time down this side of the pitch, and they've actually been kind of going shot for shot. The defense is just too good. Over on the side of Limitless, though, they're going to continue to pepper your net until they find an open opportunity. And look at the passing play here as well. Snowy rises up and punches it home. That's just a thing of beauty.
It is indeed, yeah, but you're right about the shot count. 10 right now from the Firehawks, but only 1 goal. To compare that, that's 8 shots from Limitless, but 6. Their efficiency on the shots just a bit better at that 75 mark. They're looking to even improve it further, maybe with another goal off the first one. It's around the corner to die for in a roll something against Barachu, but eventually gets out of it. Mario instead transitioning here. Sweaty used the extent of the boost just to get in front. Anilo wants to take the immediate shot. It's just high of the crossbar. Closer for the second of the Firehawks.
You can see that I4 is going to be able to field this off the side. Was looking to find a way to strike. Barachu's going to be able to come in with the save. Snowy takes the cookies. Looking to try and see if they can punch it home. Fields it down in the corner. Looking for maybe a setup for Sweaty here. But the defense for Firehawks starting to show up. Maybe a little too late. As you can see, it goes down the opposite way. But I do like to see them fighting till the very, very end over on that orange side of the field.
And until the time says 3-0, you got to keep fighting to die for. They're around the corner. They're trying to exceed that 6-goal mark they've had each and every game this series. Sweaty, the ball gets past them as it does for the die for. Snowy, lays it up right for the die for. The strike, that's just too easy. Put a 7-1 on the mark.
Did you pack your bags? Did you
boy.
get your ticket? Because we're going
Get
to
it
Brazil
out.
right before
Just
the end.
saying.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, 7-1 here for Limitless. Let's go. Run it up as they are looking to try and finish this thing up quickly.
Whew. 7-1 isn't steep enough for you. That is 19-1, the score differential for the series. 3 wins in a row here for Limitless. And, I mean, this is a far cry from what I saw on the Swiss stage, Q. I'll tell you that. Firehawks seem to be able to hold a candle to them, especially when in game 1 in that best of 5. But, oh boy, we are so far from what that series was.
Now I don't feel so bad for beating the point over the head that I didn't think this team was going to make the same mistake twice of coming out slow against this team. You know what I mean? I felt like I kept reiterating that point, but I feel like it's really getting proved down on the pitch. I mean, even once again on the stat line here, you can see, I mean, Limitless just lighting things up. But it is one game, though, where we did see Firehawks able to stay up with the same firepower as far as shots on goal, but obviously the efficiency very different on both sides of the field, and they've already used their timeout here, so you've only got that, 60 seconds here in between games to try and find some way to hit a 180 and try and turn things around, because all of a sudden we're in where you have to be in reverse sweep territory.
Yeah, no timeouts quite left here for the Firehawks. The one thing they've had available are their very decent aerial plays. I'll tell you what, the way that Mario's setting up Barachu on some of these plays, just kicking it high for one of them to make some kind of ceiling play out of it. I like those opportunities coming out from Firehawks, but Limitless, they're smart. They know better than to give Firehawks the time and the space on those aerial plays. They'll cut them off quick. They'll quick challenge. They'll suffocate until they get the sweep. We're here into game number 4 with Limitless on match point and a point already on the board for game 4.
It doesn't even take long. 5 seconds is all you need. Nice little kickoff win here. You get the 50 left off for to die for. No one there to even put a hood anywhere near it. And it's 1-0 here in game number 4.
It's just ruthless, man. That's just ruthless. 5 seconds? Come on. Let's see it. Let's see it. Firehawks, if you want to respond, if you want to battle back, it's got to be now. Anilo, so close. Sweaty gets up quick, though. That's what I'm talking about. The aerial plays, the responses, the reactions from Limitless in those dire moments have been very, very solid. Not to give Firehawks that glimmer of hope. To die for, though, setting this up for Mario. He'll get a touch off the ceiling as he plays to himself, but that's Sweaty out to Snowy. The teamwork once again coming to fruition.
And you know what they say, or at least what I say off this pass, you're able to come in cookies. That's free, man. That's so free. With the pass over to Snowy, he's going to drive that home every single time. And Limitless, 35 seconds into game number 4, already looking to close the door.
It's part of the issue, too, is what I'm talking about, is we know the aerial caliber is there for the Firehawks. I mean, you look at some of their results in these regionals, and they're really solid. But the issue is they're not able to do it against Limitless. There's no time and space provided, and especially on that play from Mario off the ceiling, right? Trying to play to himself, but he slows down the play too much for the speedy Limitless players to get by them. So 2-0 in the first minute on Yilo. Close to getting around Snowy, but he's just a wall on the 50.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the ideas are there, right? It's just unfortunately the execution not quite so much. And I don't think it's so much off of this of performance on their side. It's just Limitless have shown up and they have come to play here on Saturday. They want to make sure they lock themselves in with another top 4. I know that's not exactly where they want to finish, obviously, but they've done everything in their power to make sure they're playing a darn near perfect game of Rocket League. A demo left off and a pass for Sweaty from To Die For, and a whole team play. It takes teamwork to make the dream work.
Yeah, you mentioned perfect Rocket League. I mean, this is To Die For, defeating 2 defenders on the double tap pass. Nobody in his path shakes a single boot for this player to just plow right through him. So impressive on the 3rd goal there from Limitless. Is it really 4 already?
It's
Q,
4 already.
slow him down, you know, get in the comms, man. Tell him to chill.
They are the no chill build today. I'm telling you what, that's 4 just like that, and they aren't even worrying about setting up plays or anything. They're just out here complete raw skill in it, and Limitless are just clearly built different.
Built different indeed. And they're building the scoreline higher and higher here. It seems to have no limits, truly. On Elo, what can we do to change the narrative? Rewrite history. So close to getting something to go near the goal line. And again, playing this ball against Snowy. Snowy has the better angle on it. Another touch there from the sidewall. Uh-oh, To Die For and Sweaty both on this ball. They're able to still corral the ball around the goal line. Close there. If anyone was in striking distance there for Limitless, they've got a 5th.
See, though, they're still looking for that 5th. 2 of them even committing in the corner to try and slow things down here. This ball is going to come off here. The question is, where can Byron2 go? To Die For does a good job pressing forward, putting a little bit of that additional pressure, which allows them to keep this ball down here in the zone. And Yellow's going to at least be able to send things towards the corner, but that's exactly where Sweaty was looking to try and field things, looking for a pass. Not going to be able to do it. Now is Yellow able to knock things home from distance. Bang, like that. And Firehawks at least got their first.
All right, look at that. To Die For did not expect that extra touch there from Barachu, and that's what kind of shifted the entire momentum for Limitless. You saw Snowy react to it as soon as To Die For didn't win it, but it was not in enough time. A really strong touch there for Yelo to get the first for Fire.
I mean, I'm trying to remember back to what Mox was saying the other day, right? You can't exactly pull off the reverse sweep unless you're down late in game 4. In that case, it was game 3, right? So maybe that first goal is the jump start. The fire starters here for Firehawks. You're going to see at least Byron2 going to be able to slow down that press in from To Die For, but Sweaty comes in from behind here, able to push the ball forward. Snowy here in the corner as well, making sure that nothing comes out here for free, making sure they're playing so fast. Sweaty with the touch towards the back. Unfortunately, no one there to field it as far as a rebound from the side of Limitless, but they're keeping the pressure in the zone.
Look at these passing options as well. Sweaty to Snowy to Die For, but they get a bit jumbled up here. Aren't able to create an avenue towards the net. On Yelo instead, testing To Die For on that save. Demolition as well, opens up a lane. Barachu out to Sweaty. He's able to corral that, and Snowy give it on Yelo right across the field. How about that? Demo back on the Sweaty to Die For. To bump away a defender, take the boost as well, I believe. Maneuver across the field. That's a nice midfield pass. Barachu plays it on the dribble, beats one. Sweaty, though, there is reinforcements. The Limitless defense seems to be never ending.
Yeah, the Limitless defense is absolutely relentless here, and you can see even moving the ball forward for Sweaty, getting that second touch. Their offense also being unrelenting in the zone as well, and they're doing such a good job of pressing forward. Even if they don't necessarily have the same shot total as Firehawks, they always are efficient. They know what they want to do with the ball, and they have moved in with the purpose. To Die For looking for the second touchdown, left off the backboard for Snowy, who's going to punch it home, and Limitless are now up 5-1.
That's the differentiator right there for a team like Limitless. You wonder if they're going to defeat an opponent like this of the Firehawks, and there's no question marks. On a shot like that, you see Snowy prepared to get the follow-up. It's immediate, it's intentional, and it's worthy of praise because it's right there under the crossbar. Almost undefendable. So Limitless just showcasing their striking prowess here towards the end of game number 4 to secure that series.
Making a statement here, it feels like, against the one team who was able to take a game from them during Swiss, letting everyone else know who's going to be left in this top 4 heading into Championship Sunday, that SSA is still their region, and everyone else is just playing in it. You can see that even they're not relenting up here, even got a demo, just bullying their way for these final seconds, looking for another goal, but in yellow, going to send it aside.
Limitless may be disappointed that they didn't reach their benchmark of at least 6 goals per game as they walk away with only 5 during game number 4. No, I spoke too soon. There it is. Of course they get the 6, and of course they make the semifinals. Limitless on their way to Championship Sunday.
Bro's got the script over here. He's like, bro, it says they're supposed to be getting a 6-goal wins it coming in, and there it is. Limitless able to just throw one home for the road. And man, talk about an impressive performance from start to finish for Limitless. And I gotta say, it wasn't just on their offensive side. We've seen in the last 2 games where Firehawks have kind of been able to step up their offensive prowess. Their defense is no joke as well.
I mean, you're right. You are right, but Limitless did make it look like that at points in time. That's just a Limitless factor, Graybeard. A sweep to close out the day on Saturday.
I loved your closing comment there as you were lamenting Limitless not making their 6-goal benchmark, and then it happened in 0 seconds. Yeah, listen, I guess it's Limitless doing Limitless things, and I get the feeling, Q, that there was a lot of statement in what Limitless did out there. For me, it's not just about them making semifinals, making the finals. They, for me, represent, and what they did out there today was a message to the entire region of what it can be. It's almost a hope and a promise of where we can go, and very, very well done.
I mean, what better way to end a Saturday, right? You're talking about being able to put on that show to show some of those teams who are watching from the side, like, hey, this is what the ceiling can be, right? As long as you put in the work and you put in the time. And these players are kind of the perfect example of that. I love the fact that while all this other chaos is going on around the region of SSA, we at least have the one staple, which is Limitless at the top.
Absolutely, and their march continues. Like, now we have to talk Pyro, the frustration of semi-final we're going to have tomorrow, which was the second qualifier in a row. What I honestly believe we should be seeing Limitless Mongolia in a grand final. These 2 teams doing so very well, and we'll come to Young Money Clan and Drift who are doing magnificent work themselves. But it's just important that the bracket's working out this way. But that as well is going to be a wonderful series to see.
Yeah, Graybeard, I hear you, but shoulda, coulda, woulda, man. This is just how it goes at RLCS. I mean, you have to give YMC credit too. They do have a win registered against Shmongolia. So when we talk about what the grand finals should be, they got that upper hand. And for Shmongolia, they've got the chance to take it to Limitless, which is what we've seen season after season, is vying for that #1 title. Q just said it. We have that peak, that benchmark that Limitless want to set, and everyone needs to take a stab at that to see where that benchmark truly is. So both of those semifinals are something that I'm very, very excited to see. Heck, even Drift Queens are going to try to give Young Money Clan a run for their money.
Well, I'm really looking forward to that matchup because I feel like Clan have been incredibly consistent in this qualifier, as they were in the last, to make it all the way to grand finals. Drift Queens in this series or in this tournament, from Swiss to now, feel like they've sort of been slightly getting on the ascendancy, and so I do think that's gonna. I'm hoping we see a titanic matchup. I mean, we may see YMC doing what Limitless have done prior and just take it quite easily. But I'm hoping we get to see a really, really tense battle. Hopefully, it goes all the way to 7, and it is entertaining for all of us. But there we go. First, there were 94 teams, and then there were 64, then there were 16, then there were 8, and now there are just 4. Limitless, Shmongolia, Young Money Clan, and Drift Queens will all be duking it out for champion of SSA tomorrow at about the same time as today. And we should, I can't believe we have failed to mention this entire broadcast, the fact that Limitless have a decal in Rocket League. And those of you who haven't yet bought your Limitless decal, make sure you go there and get it. and support the region and support the
I'm rocking right now.
by getting that decal. There,
Same.
Same here, man. So, so an oversight on our part. But the other thing we've been running today is Driver of the Day at acgl.gg, where you got to vote for your Driver of the Day. And before we show that result, I would like to, from what you have seen here today, Q, who would get your pick as Driver of the Day?
I feel like we say it all the time. Do I have to go and say the same thing? I have to go with like the usual answer, right? Like, can you go away from the dive for? I mean, that performance we just saw in that last series, pretty solid. I think that'd have to be my pick.
Okay, good. How about you, Pyro? Who gets your pick?
I think if someone's vying against someone from Limitless likes to die for and the numbers he's punching up, I'm going to go with Guns. He came out cracking away. Game number 1 of his series against Truskivity with the flip reset double tap, and him and Snoozy just worked that offense continuing. So, yeah, I'll give him a vie as well. I think there are other players, but I'll give Guns my toss.
Okay, great. Well, in that case, we have your picks. And let's see the chat vote. The people went to go and vote for their Driver of the Day. It is Guns. Well, good call. Good call, Paraj.
All right.
And 40%. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you what. I mean, he was just a dominant player, right? I remember at the end of last season, Cosmico were making a big breakthrough at SSA, and a lot of the reason was because of Guns. So he was kind of a hot commodity in the offseason, I think, and he landed on a great place here with Shmongolia, Guns, and the entire team. Something to really keep your eyes on, especially as we move into Sunday tomorrow.
All right. GG's Guns. Great performance. Well played. And he is our quarterfinal Saturday Driver of the Day, and we will, of course, run the Driver of the Day again tomorrow during the semi-finals and finals. But that is it. We have one more broadcast, one more day, 3 more series, all of them best of 7, all going to be brought to you right here tomorrow, where we will crown our qualifier in 2 champions in SSA. Go up tomorrow. Only one will walk away with the glory tomorrow. So all of you go sleep well. And I do want to say I did a whole big shout out last night, and I'll do it again tomorrow at the end of the broadcast. Again to all the talent that are here, joined by Pyro. Then I did all the admins, and I forgot to shout out the best regional manager in the world, Noob Slice. So shout out to him. But for now and for today, from me, Greybeard, from Pyro, from Q, from Ultrism, from Mars, we'll see you tomorrow.